We are devastated. My family is devastated.
New images surfacing from the murder of Timothy Reynolds in July, why both sides are seeing differences leading up to the incident. And the race for Anne Arundel County Executive, it is coming down to the wire. Who's pushing ahead and when we could see a winner?
Temps are chilly this morning, and we're a little misty after all of that rain yesterday. We'll talk about what we can expect later today and for the week ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Wednesday, November 16th. I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. The rain died down, but my goodness, that fog is really settled in.
Yeah, absolutely, Meg. Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. A little misty out there. Definitely wet on the roads and cooler temperatures as well, with numbers that are in the 30s and 40s right now. You can see kind of the shine on the road right there from our Towson camera. Good news is rain is not officially happening. Again, just a little bit of that leftover mist, and temperatures in the upper 30s and lower 40s. So we're not near freezing, which is good because that means we probably will not have an issue with black ice out there here from the rain and some of the snow we saw in western Maryland yesterday. A misty and cold morning, partly cloudy this afternoon. That wind is going to pick up later today, and temperatures that will stay below average as well. So on your morning drive, upper 30s and lower 40s. Actually a little warmer this morning than where we were yesterday, but you'll probably still need the defroster on as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we have your live cameras pulled up around the region, and we're looking great out there. Justin mentioned still some wet roads. Keep that in mind as you're getting up and heading out. And again, a little bit of fog throughout our area as well. Well, we begin this morning in a city in crisis. An arrest has been made in the shooting death of a 13-year-old girl in southeast Baltimore. Police say that they have arrested a 35-year-old man. There he is right there, Tavon Battle, and he is accused of opening fire by Douglas homes last Monday. 13-year-old Kelsey Washington was hit by a bullet and rushed to the hospital. Police confirmed that she passed away on Monday. Tavon is charged with murder, and police say their investigation is open and ongoing. Baltimore police say a man is dead following a shooting near Lakewood Elementary and Broadway East. Police were called to this scene. It was Hoffman Street just before 2:30 yesterday afternoon. The victim was taken to a hospital where he later died. Students at nearby Fort Worthington Elementary were kept inside at dismissal time as police responded to that shooting. Right now, there is no word of a suspect. The teenager accused of killing 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds accepts a plea deal to avoid first-degree murder, but a judge still needs to sign off on that deal. The hearing is set for tomorrow. Well, this is Reynolds' family argues these images released show the case goes beyond manslaughter. They say the shooter targeted Reynolds after he had been hit with a cement block. The defense claims that Reynolds was dangerous and hit a squeegee kid with a bat.
I was blindsided Friday when I spoke and I heard that the state in its Mosby offering a plea deal to Tavon Scott.
It is not ideal to have a 15-year-old, someone who was actually 14 at the time of the offense, being housed and detained among men.
Again, the plea deal hearing is set for tomorrow morning. It is unclear if it will be open to the public. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we are learning more about the East Baltimore sinkhole that swallowed several homes back in July. The city finally got back to residents, but it's not the news that they were hoping for. The city's law department claims there was no notice of any issues prior to the incident, meaning the city could avoid paying for losses since they didn't have prior knowledge of any warning signs. Some furious residents say that they were left hanging out to dry.
They didn't even give me a call and say, well, hey, Mr. Bell, are you living somewhere, or do you have somewhere to stay? They abandoned.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the Department of Public Works asking if it's the city's responsibility to monitor aging infrastructure. We're still waiting to hear back. Turning now to counties under pressure, the Essex community is planning a vigil today for a homeless man that was killed last week. Baltimore County Police revealing an autopsy has confirmed 67-year-old Michael Abe, died from multiple gunshot wounds. He was found unresponsive last Tuesday, not far from the Middlesex Shopping Center. Police are investigating his death as a homicide. In your Vote 2022 coverage, the race for Anne Arundel County Executive continues to take shape. After last night's ballot update, incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman has taken the lead over Republican Jessica Hare by less than 200 votes, though. There are still thousands of ballots to count, but the mail-ins have heavily favored the incumbent. Pittman will hold a campaign update this morning at 9. Fox 45 News will be there. You can watch it live right here and on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Making headlines this morning, billionaire philanthropist Mackenzie Scott is extending her generosity to Baltimore. Scott, who is the ex-wife of Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos, is giving $15 million to Baltimore-based Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Service, who supports migrants as they first come into the United States. It is the largest donation in the organization's history. Scott has donated over $14 billion to worldwide causes since the beginning of the pandemic.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
Former President Donald Trump throwing his hat into the 2024 presidential race. The range of reactions now coming from the Republican Party this morning. Plus, a cloudy and cooler start to the morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we'll see the sunshine this afternoon. Time now 4:36, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.39 is your time right now. Starting off a little bit misty here and cool this morning. Our temps are actually a bit warmer than where we were yesterday at this time. Statewide 30s in Oakland and Cumberland, where they picked up some snow there in western Maryland. Most of us in the lower 40s along the Chesapeake, with upper 30s currently in Westminster. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours as you get up and get going. Our temperatures still staying cool with numbers in the upper 30s and lower 40s. Back with your full forecast and what we can expect later today and for our upcoming weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending this morning, Port Covington undergoing a rebrand. The waterfront development in South Baltimore is changing its name to Baltimore Peninsula. Officials say the first phase of construction will be done this month, and the area will be open for business early next year.
Well, this is a project that's been long coming. This is another part of Baltimore's renaissance. The city, of course, has been a partner, but very grateful to Sagamore, Kevin, all the partners here really changing, again, showing what's possible when Baltimore works together.
A major exhibit at the National Aquarium is back open. The Upland Tropical Rainforest exhibit shut down in spring for improvements. The rainforest features many of the aquarium's birds and plants. The renovation included replacing nearly 700 panels of glass that make up the roof of the exhibit, all of which have been recycled.
Flu is on the rise, and healthcare providers say it is a season like no other. I'm Liz Bonas. We explain why and what you need to know if you're feeling sick. It is just ahead.
The Artemis I has officially launched after years of delays. What scientists hope this mission does for the future of mankind. It is 4:40, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .43, and we have continuing coverage this morning. Fox 45 News is learning the 22-year-old suspect in a shooting after a University of Virginia field trip was facing disciplinary action after the school learned he failed to disclose a misdemeanor weapons conviction. An ex-football player is charged in the deaths of 3 football players. They had just returned from a field trip Sunday night when police say the 3 men were gunned down on and around a charter bus. 2 other victims survived. An emotional UVA head coach, Tony Elliott, sharing his message to the team at a news conference yesterday afternoon.
Today was much better. You know, we were able to transition from the pain to finding a little bit of joy in celebrating the lives of Lavelle, Deshaun, and Devin.
Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin visiting the memorial. The suspect is expected to be in court today. We're going to bring you updates throughout the morning on this. 4:44, and we have a health watch for you this morning. For the second week in a row, flu cases and hospitalizations have doubled in the U.S. Medical reporter Liz Bonas takes a look at the common symptoms and early returns from the vaccine.
Hey there, everybody. The flu season appears to be off to one of the fastest starts in years, according to the CDC. Those tracking cases and hospitalizations also say there is a common symptom that may set in and give you an early warning sign that you are getting this illness. Even before the coughing, sneezing, and upper respiratory struggles take over, for many, a headache is a chief complaint as flu sets in.
It's a pretty strong headache in some cases, so it's a little bit unusual.
Dr. Zach Jenkins is a Cedarville University clinical pharmacist who says as hospital beds are filling up, it does appear the headache is linked to a viral illness.
It could be one of the flu strains that's circulating.
These early warning signs may be critical to point people to early intervention with antiviral medications such as Tamiflu. The CDC reports so far this season, more than 1,300 people in the U.S. have died from the flu. Nearly 3 million have already been ill from it. More than 20,000 people have been hospitalized, the highest levels at this time in the season in more than a decade. Why would it be rising faster than in previous years?
We had a lot of schools that were closed, and kids tend to be the biggest spreaders of a lot of these respiratory viruses.
That put us in sort of immunity debt, Dr. Jenkins says, and the only way to get some of that back now is through flu vaccinations, which the CDC reports are off to a slow start. Now, the vaccine does appear to be a good match for this year's strains based on what we've seen so far from the Southern Hemisphere. Too soon right now to know for sure. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. It is 4:46. Let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers and a look at our midweek forecast.
Officially, just over an inch of rain yesterday recorded, Meg. Yeah, and a lot of us saw even more than that. So that still has us above average for the year, even though we haven't had a lot of rain lately. And yes, we got some snow in western Maryland. Frostburg picking up 2 inches of snow. As we get some sunlight here in the next couple of hours, we'll start to look at some of those shots out there with our highway cams. Here's a look right now at the Inner Harbor. We definitely have some of those low clouds hanging around and some patchy fog. So just be aware that, especially before the sun comes up, that you'll have some, potential reduced visibility. And the roads are still wet from all of the rain we had yesterday. 40, your official temperature at BWI. Notice the dew point at 38 degrees. So when those numbers are close, that means we've got 93% humidity, and that's typically when we see some foggy conditions out there. Here's our HD radar. All of that snow and all of that moisture is well to the north and to the east of us as this area of low pressure tracks to the north and the east. Behind that, we are going to see the wind pick up later today. It's going to help to dry us out, so we do expect a lot more sunshine through the later part of the afternoon, but temperatures are still going to stay below average. Overall, in your Rise and Shine cast, upper 30s and lower 40s for the next few hours. Sun doesn't come up until 6:51 now and goes to bed at 4:51 as our daylight hours keep shrinking. Here's a look at that day planner here. 8 a.m. We're in the lower 40s. Not bad by lunchtime. Again, that wind will pick up and we'll see those temperatures slide into the lower 50s. And then we'll get out into the later part of the afternoon in the upper 40s and lower 50s as well, with a lot more sunshine on the way. 58 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us in the lower 50s here for Baltimore, down through Annapolis, out toward the eastern shore, even up into Elkton. Some of our northern tier cities and counties will be in the mid to upper 40s through the day today. And up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those lower 50s going for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., mid-50s in Richmond, one of the warm spots later today. All right, so here's a look at our future scan. The clouds moving out of here as we head toward the afternoon. Overall, we do stay dry on Thursday and Friday. You'll see a few clouds here and there, but we'll see our temperatures actually start to come back down as colder air is going to be kind of settling in place. And that's going to continue to be the case as we head into this upcoming weekend. So that's what we're looking at on our future scan. Speaking of the weekend, well, now we're just 8 days from Thanksgiving on our holiday countdown. It is next Thursday, with Hanukkah coming in less than 5 weeks. The winter solstice, 5 weeks from today, so 35 days out, and Christmas in just 39 days. Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree getting ready. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. Overall, we stay dry. So after our high today of 52, we're back to the mid to upper 40s into Thursday and Friday. Keeping those 40s around on Saturday. The coldest day of the week is Sunday, and that's game day as the Ravens are back at home. 1 o'clock kickoff, but we're only going to see a high of 42 on Sunday afternoon. At least we're going to be dry, and then those numbers slowly start warming back up right as we head to Thanksgiving week next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Taking a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We have your drive times pulled up, and Looking pretty nice out there this morning in the green, short commute times. Just be mindful of the wet roads, as Justin made mention there. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll expect about a 15-minute delay in your travels there, so certainly allow time for the commute on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link is starting off on time, but, of course, the Upton station remains closed due to flooding from earlier. Shuttle buses in place to and from that station. MARC train looking good. No delays for the start. On time on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
I'm Atrell Nashar in Palm Beach, Florida, where former President Trump just launched his third presidential campaign. How far he went to call out other Republicans eyeing a run, coming up.
And families at odds over what caused the shooting death of Timothy Reynolds. The new surveillance images coming to light. 4:50, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your election 2022 coverage, we are taking a live look as Congress here this morning as the balance of power is up in the air. We know Democrats have already clinched the majority in the Senate. Republicans continue to inch closer to a majority there in the House. GOP leader Kevin McCarthy has been chosen as Republicans' leading nominee to be the next Speaker of the House. Only 188 Republicans voted for him, but he needs 218 votes to actually win the Speaker's gavel in January when the new Congress begins. Meanwhile, Florida Senator Rick Scott is planning to unseat Mitch McConnell as the top Republican in that chamber. McConnell is the longest-serving GOP leader, and this will be his first real opponent in years. It is official. Former President Trump is running for president. The former president addressing a crowd from Mar-a-Lago on his third White House bid. National correspondent Atrell Nashar was in the room for the speech and has more from Palm Beach, Florida.
In a room full of supporters and members of his inner circle, former President Trump launching his presidential campaign, speaking for about an hour, focusing on his objective to return the country to what it was before he left office. And though it's a new campaign, a new election cycle, Trump using many of the same messages we've heard from him before.
America's comeback starts right now.
Former President Trump once again a presidential candidate, using his kickoff speech to focus on the economy, foreign policy, immigration, and calling his time out of office the pause. Clearly eager to get back in the political ring, mainly pointing his criticisms at President Joe Biden. No coincidence, as Trump was speaking, Biden's non-White House Twitter account posted, "Donald Trump failed America." It's not a given that Trump will be the GOP nominee in 2024. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former Vice President Mike Pence, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, just to name a few, also expected to run. Trump did not name them, but went as far as to say this.
This is not a task for a politician or a conventional candidate. This is a task for a great movement.
Trump also seeming to tiptoe around the tough questions Republicans are facing about their party's future following the midterms. He touted their projected takeover of the House and predicted more voters will turn out for his party in 2024. One of the few Republicans Trump named specifically during the speech was Republican Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker. Trump encouraged people to turn up and vote for him in the December 6th runoff. But keep in mind, there were some who were urging Trump to delay this campaign announcement, fearing that it would hurt Herschel Walker's chances and repeat the same defeat that Republicans saw in that state in 2020. In Palm Beach, Florida, I'm Atrel Nashar.
All right, Atra, thank you. Former President Trump supposed to sit for a deposition on Monday, meantime, involving the January 6th Capitol riot, but he was a no-show. Now the committee investigating the riot is weighing its next steps. The chairman and vice chair of the committee, Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney, say in a statement that Trump is, quote, hiding from the investigation. He filed a lawsuit to block the subpoena, which would have required him to hand over any communications he may have had with extremist groups that day or throughout the hearings. Thompson tells NBC News voting Trump in contempt of Congress, quote, could be an option. Making headlines this morning, the Mormon Church is showing support for a bill that would protect same-sex marriage. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints issued a statement on the legislation on Tuesday. It applauds the efforts of those working to make sure the bill includes religious freedom protections while also preserving the rights of LGBTQ people. The church says its doctrine will still consider same-sex relationships to be against God's commandments. However, it believes that this approach is the way forward. The Senate is scheduled to vote on the Respect for Marriage Act today. You can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and your forecast in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
New images released from the murder of Timothy Reynolds. I'm Olivia Danston. Coming up next, we'll take a look at those photos, plus find out why both sides are seeing differently.
An audit of Maryland's juvenile justice system finds problems with mental health programs, how that could be impacting the amount of violence we're seeing on city streets.
Temps are not too bad right now. We definitely have some foggy conditions out there after yesterday's rain. We'll talk about if there's more rain in our forecast and what we can expect with these temperatures for the rest of the week.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, November 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Another cold start this morning after a lot of rain fell last night.
Oh my gosh, torrential downpours. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that forecast.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, guys, and we definitely saw the rain that rolled through. Actually, our temperatures are not as cold as we've been the last couple of mornings, but it is still chilly. There's no doubt about that. And even some fog left over from the moisture that we saw with all of that rain. Out over the Inner Harbor right now, not a bad shot here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Our temps at the upper 30s here for Westminster and Cockeysville, actually lower 40s for Bel Air and Baltimore right now. 38 your temp in Columbia. Laurel, you're in at 39 this hour. So overall, lower 40s as you get out on the roads over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bowe says take it slow, especially with the fact that we've got some reduced visibility with that fog hanging around. We will be partly cloudy and breezy this afternoon. After a chilly morning, it'll be a cool afternoon, but temps still in the lower 50s. Actually going to be one of the warmest days of the next 7 to come. So we'll take another look at that 7-day forecast as we head into this upcoming weekend, and even a look ahead to Thanksgiving week next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network, taking a look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, and no issues to report at all on the roads. Just watch, as Justin was saying, slick road conditions and some fog, especially along the eastern shore.
5 o'clock now. We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Right now, the fate of one Baltimore teen lies in the hands of the court system.
The 15-year-old Squeegee kid charged with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds will be back in court tomorrow.
His defense is prepared to take a plea deal, but the family of Reynolds is fighting that.
Now, we have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us from Baltimore City Police Headquarters with a look into Maryland's juvenile justice system and whether young people receive rehabilitation services.
But we begin with Olivia Danson. She's joining us live from downtown Baltimore with the new surveillance pictures of the altercation that led to Reynolds' death. Olivia?
Tom and Patrice, Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets back in July. And yesterday, pictures from security footage were released to the public showing the moments leading up to the incident. But both sides are seeing what happened very differently. The images that you're looking at right now were released by the prosecution's latest court filing, pushing back on portions of the defense's narrative, especially outlining Reynolds' blood alcohol level. Through Vignaraja, who is representing the Reynolds family, says his blood alcohol level was 0.03, not 0.10.
The defense team has been suggesting that Mr. Reynolds was not in a position to drive. It's just false. It's irresponsible. An autopsy was performed.
Vignaraja says Reynolds did swing a bat at the Squeegee kids, but disputes the defense's claims that he hit anyone. The suspect, who was only 14 years old at the time, can be seen walking to the curb, grabbing a backpack with a gun, and walking back towards where Reynolds was walking. Police say Reynolds was shot 5 times.
As the victim is walking away, one of the Squeegee workers starts throwing rocks at the victim. The defendant, who is the furthest away from the victim, can be seen in the video footage shooting the victim as the victim is turning away.
The images come after the state's attorney's office offered a plea deal to the now 15-year-old Squeegee kid accused of killing Reynolds. The deal includes the suspect pleading guilty to manslaughter and being sent to a juvenile center.
I was blindsided Friday when I spoke and I heard that the state in its Mosby offering a plea deal to Tavon Scott, who shot my husband point blank 5 times while he was walking away. She never contacted the family this whole time, and she's supposed to do that. It's protocol.
Now, State's Attorney Mosby claims that the Reynolds family was kept in the loop, but she never answered Fox 45 News when we asked about that. And everyone will be back in court tomorrow morning, where a judge will either reject or accept that plea deal. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby calling the shooting unacceptable, but she stands by recommendations to move the case to the juvenile court system. She also offered condolences to the family of Reynolds.
And we want to know what you think. Should Marilyn Mosby recuse herself from the Squeegee murder case? Right now, 96% of the people who voted say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Now, if this case is transferred to the juvenile court, defense attorneys say the system will provide the treatment the teen critically needs. However, recent audits are suggesting a much different story. In fact, Shannon Lilly is continuing our team coverage for you this morning. She's looking into the audit and what it's saying about the juvenile justice system. Shannon.
Tom, we are talking about a scathing audit of Maryland's juvenile justice facilities that show that these facilities are understaffed and overpopulated. It also shows a string of problems related to programs that are supposed to improve teens' mental health. In fact, take a look at this. The auditor's writing, quote, detention centers lack specialized resources and the particular professional clinical expertise and clinical staffing levels necessary to address the needs of this population. Well, Kenji Scott formerly chaired Maryland's Juvenile Justice Coalition, and he says the state has long ignored programs aimed at improving the mental health of violent teens. He believes until the state gets serious about improving teens' mental health, the level of violence we're seeing will just keep growing.
What the state of Maryland, the Department of Juvenile Services, has historically done was send kids as far as New Mexico, Wyoming, because we lack the capacity in the state of Maryland to provide these services for the young people who need them the most. And we're paying the penalty right now. We're not only seeing our kids commit crimes, but we're also burying our kids as well.
Well, despite those problems, Scott does believe that the juvenile justice system is still better suited to help many violent teens, even if it means sending them to other states. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 News, early edition.
5:05 right now, world leaders are on high alert as Poland now claims a Russian-made missile killed at least 2 people in a village near the Ukraine border.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're learning at this hour. Megan?
A lot unfolding here, guys. Just into our newsroom, we're going to show you some brand new video from the scene where Russia's defense ministry, there it is right there, now denying any responsibility for this. That strike happening around the same time that Russian forces launched a wave of missile attacks on major Ukrainian cities, knocking out several power grids offline. We know President Biden now on his way back to D.C., but just hours ago, before leaving the G20 summit in Indonesia, he and other NATO leaders discussed this possible strike during a roundtable meeting. When Biden was asked if he thought Russia was behind the attacks, this was his response.
There is preliminary information that contests that. I don't want to say that till we completely investigate, but it is. It's unlikely in the minds of the trajectory that it was fired from Russia. But we'll see. We'll see.
The president tweeting this photo of the meeting then with the president of France and the prime ministers of Canada and the UK, writing, quote, we offer our full support for and assistance with Poland's ongoing investigation. Now, guys, if this investigation does find Russia is responsible for the strike, it would risk drawing the 30-nation NATO alliance into the conflict amidst its ongoing war with Ukraine. Meantime, we have more breaking news for you this morning just to be aware of. We're now getting word an oil tanker has been struck by a bomb-carrying drone off the coast of Oman. The Associated Press tweeting this out while no one is claiming responsibility for this. Suspicion immediately falling on Iran as Tehran and Israel have been engaged in a years-long shadow war. We're going to keep you posted on both of these big stories happening now. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. 2 loaded guns found inside Baltimore City schools within days. What's being done to keep kids safe amid this growing trend?
Temperatures starting off in the 30s, but a lot of 40s for us. We're actually a bit warmer than we were yesterday morning, and that leftover moisture causing it to be a bit foggy. Break down what we can expect later today and as we look ahead toward Thanksgiving. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Welcome back, everybody. Happy Wednesday. It is hump day. Looking out over the Inner Harbor. We've got some foggy conditions right now. Overall, a cool morning. We will see breezy conditions later this afternoon, getting these clouds moving out of here and our temperatures staying below average. But actually today will be the warmest day of the next few. As you get out the door here, jacket and sunglasses will be required, especially for the afternoon. But no need for the umbrella as we're done with the rain for now. We're going to talk about what we can expect for this weekend ahead as the Ravens are back on home turf. We'll show you that in just a little bit. Lift off.
And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burnoff igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
To infinity and beyond. Making headlines this morning, onward and upward. NASA's moon mission took off despite technical glitches and issues due to Mother Nature.
Now, Artemis I is off and running on a long jaunt, too. The unmanned test flight using the world's most powerful operational rocket will travel to the moon, circle it, and then come back to Earth. The mission finally launched, though, early this morning after various technical problems with fueling and then winds from Hurricane Nicole.
Now, the Orion spacecraft atop Artemis I will journey 1.3 million miles over 25 days. NASA hopes to gain critical performance data before allowing astronauts on board.
Gamblers, you need to listen up. Justin, sports betting be available in Baltimore after the break, when you could expect to place your bets.
But first, we are already looking ahead to the Orioles and the spring season. The new players coming to Charm City. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .15 in your entertainment news this morning. Grammy nominations have been announced and a familiar face leads the list. Beyonce picked up 9 nominations this year, tying husband Jay-Z for most all time with 88 nominations. At 28 wins, she is only 4 away from the all-time Grammy record. This year's ceremony is in February in L.A. The MLB Managers of the Year have been announced. Former Oriole Buck Showalter got the National League honor. The Cleveland Guardians' Terry Francona won the American League. The O's' Brendan Hyde was the runner-up.
Well, and we have some major roster news. The Orioles have added Grayson Rodriguez and 4 other minor leaguers to their 40-man roster. Rodriguez, the top remaining prospect on the farm. 5 players are now protected from other teams picking him in the upcoming Rule 5 draft. Now check out the other players right at our website, foxbaltimore.com/sports.
Thanksgiving is only 8 days away, and this year's turkey could come with a side of sports betting. After a 2-year process, mobile sports gambling is now likely to be up and running in time for Turkey Day. For everybody here in studio that's interested, today a state commission is expected to award 10 licenses for mobile sports betting.
Happy that they are not delaying it anymore, and we're actually going to get something going for the football games on Thanksgiving. Maryland has had the longest amount of time between the sports betting bill being signed into law to when citizens will be able to place a bet on their phone. No other state has been as slow as Maryland.
Well, now it's here. The state says it's received a total of 21 applications from groups looking to get in on mobile sports betting.
The Ravens just passed the midway point of the season, coming off a bye week, and this year's Pro Bowl voting is now underway. You can vote at NFL.com up to 6 times for each position. Voting closes December 18th.
All right, well, it's 5:17 now, and it's time to get a check of our forecast.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. I thought maybe you were, I thought you were already.
Yeah, I'm looking at my BetMGM app to see if because it's supposed to let me know like when I'm allowed to start betting. By the way, guys, you know we're airing the Ravens game Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, and it's going to be cold. There's no doubt about that. Oh, it needs my Face ID. Yeah. Okay. I want to allow that.
Well, you've got a birthday right before that, so, maybe you'll get lucky. And
that's the whole thing.
There you go.
That's the whole thing. It says it's almost showtime, so I still can't bet. But anyway, yeah, I think you guys should bet on the Ravens and go ahead and vote for the Ravens, for the Pro Bowl. A lot of great players out there and excited about getting back on the field. The home field, as now this is it. I mean, after the bye week, you got 8 games left, and we'll find out exactly what happens as they're still in first place in the AFC North and one of the top teams in the AFC as well. Nobody's undefeated anymore. The Commanders got that big win against the Eagles the other night up in Philly. So we'll see what happens with the rest of the season. Our live cam right now, good morning to you in Towson. Some wet roads still out there from all of the rain left over last night, and even some foggy conditions in spots. 41 your temp right now in Towson, and that wind chill at 38 degrees. So not much in the way of actual wind that's out there. But either way, it's chilly this morning. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, no need for the umbrella, but make sure they have the jacket ready to go here in that 7 o'clock hour. Lower 50s through noontime, and we're actually going to see temps this afternoon that will still be cool, but 51 by about 2, 3 o'clock will actually be one of the warmest days that we'll see over the next few as we head closer to the weekend. We'll talk about that cool down in a sec. All right, 47 in Westminster, 48 in Eldersburg this afternoon, 49 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, and lower 50s for Perry Hall and White Marsh down through Dundalk later today. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the upper 40s and lower 50s for the afternoon. Those numbers are still below average for this time of year. Eastern Shore will be another one of the warmer spots this afternoon. Lower to mid 50s from Easton and all the way down through Cambridge into Chester at 53 later today. Let's take a look at your temperature tracker. 52 today, but notice what happens with those numbers. They go down and into the 40s and they drop down. In fact, Sunday, the coldest day of the next 7, but there's good news ahead for Thanksgiving week next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the low to mid 50s will return. Those numbers will be near and even slightly above average potentially by the time we get into Turkey Day. So here's our future scan. Staying dry this afternoon. The wind is going to pick up. Will help to blow a lot of that cloud cover out of here and that moisture. Drier air will be in place into Thursday and Friday. And we're really not tracking any precipitation, save for a couple of upslope snow showers in some of the mountain locations as we head towards Saturday and Sunday. So breezy and colder tomorrow, mid 40s into Friday and Saturday. There's our Ravens helmet on Sunday. Yeah, a high of 42. We're waking up in the 20s. So tailgating will be cold on Sunday morning. That game kickoff is at 1 o'clock. And again, temps will be a bit warmer toward next week. Let's get an update on mass transit with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden Train 841 and Penn Trains 505 and 554 operating with about 5-minute delays for the start. The other trains often running on time. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, expect about a 15-minute delay from end to end there. Metro Subway Link operating on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, but the Upton Station remains closed with shuttle buses still in place for flooding. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Massive sinkhole in Baltimore swallowing up multiple homes. Why residents say the city is abandoning them.
Another gun has been found inside city schools. Coming up, we're taking a look at this alarming trend and what should be done about it.
.524 in your health headlines this morning. A Miami University student is working to make sure that no one feels alone on campus.
Now, her work comes at a time when suicide remains a leading cause of death among young people.
Catherine Robinson with our Sinclair sister station in Cincinnati shares a powerful story.
I'm here today because of Hope Squad, which is very, very important, and I owe my life to them.
20-year-old Lexi Fields wouldn't be sharing her story with us if it weren't for Hope Squad, a peer-to-peer suicide prevention program.
We were trained in something called QPR, which is question, persuade, refer. I like to think of it as the CPR for mental health, so it's life-saving, especially in crisis, and anybody can use it.
Lexi was diagnosed with anxiety and depression at 11 years old, and in high school, she struggled with suicidal thoughts and attempts. It was that QPR training that ultimately stopped her The day before, she planned to end her life.
So I was saying goodbye to everybody, kind of soaking in, the last time that I would be with them. And one of my peers noticed my behavior, and they pulled me aside and said, "Hey, can we talk really quickly?"
Thanks to the help of her classmate, Lexi was able to get the treatment she needed. And now she's helping others with a collegiate Hope Squad, Miami Hope at Miami University.
In college, you live on your own. You don't really have your parents to check up on you. And so we kind of shifted towards learning to deal with struggles in life and providing coping skills and QPR trainings.
The nonprofit Grant Us Hope partners with schools to launch Hope Squads, training students to look for warning signs.
I'm living proof. There are so many others who were saved as well, and we owe it all to them. We owe it all to QPR.
Lexi says mental health resources in schools are vital in making sure students know they're not alone.
It's here, and I don't think people see it enough. And whether we talk about it or not, people are always going to need help. So it's our responsibility to put things out there and kind of give them the support they need.
The race for Anne Arundel County Executive is so close as mail-in ballots are still being counted. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, find out when we can expect the final results.
Plus, we are following the heartbreaking shooting at UVA, what we have learned about the shooter and what's expected here today. 5:27, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is another cold start to your morning here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at a forecast for us.
Kind of wet, too, as well, guys. We're not getting rain, but it's kind of that mist that's left over from all the rain that we saw yesterday. Some of us get more than an inch of rain and even some snow in western Maryland yesterday afternoon and evening. This is what it looks like right now out over the Inner Harbor with some of those low clouds. So before the sun comes up, want to just maybe take it a little slower on the roadways, only because it's dark and potentially foggy for you. 40 your temp in Bel Air right now, 41 in Baltimore City. We're at 37 in Westminster. Cockeysville and Hunt Valley right about 38 degrees. So kind of a misty and cool morning. We will see breezy conditions this afternoon, and we are expecting that sun to pop out and temperatures that will still be below average. High of 52 today, but unfortunately, our numbers go down into Thursday and Friday as we'll be colder heading to this upcoming weekend. We'll talk about if there's going to be another potential for any more rain rolling in. That's coming up in a few. Back to you.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom, another gun has been found inside a Baltimore City public school.
This time from an elementary middle school. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the latest incident that could be part of a trend within city schools. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a pattern, Patrice, that we just continue to see. We are just 3 months into the school year, and this is the 7th gun that has been recovered from a student in city schools. So we want to get you straight to a picture of this gun right here on your screen. According to a police source, a student brought this into North Bend Elementary Middle School in Baltimore City yesterday morning. That is a loaded handgun, and that student has been taken into custody. But this is the 2nd gun to be brought into a city school in just a matter of days. In fact, take a look. This past Friday, a student brought this gun into Mervo High School. It comes after a record 15 guns were seized from students last school year.
But there needs to be a real consequence that's known, that young people are aware of, a direct consequence, not what could happen with the gun or the danger involving the gun, but what happens if you get caught bringing a gun to school, that something serious is going to happen. And I don't think that's the perception. And I think until it is, we're going to continue to see this.
So as you just heard, former Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson believes consequences are absolutely crucial, Tom and Patrice, in stopping this.
So, Shannon, we know that there's been a recent push by city schools FOP for police to be able to carry firearms while they're in the schools. Did Johnson talk about that?
Yeah, he did. In fact, he is on the exact same page as FOP President Sergeant Clyde Boatwright. He believes that police officers should be allowed to have guns inside city schools. And really, Patrice, he says it's only a matter of time before a student comes in with a loaded handgun and ill intent, and police are powerless to do anything about it. But we know in order for anything to change, for that policy to change, the leaders in Annapolis have to act. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 News, early edition.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, an arrest has been made in the shooting death of a 13-year-old girl in southeast Baltimore. Police say they've arrested this man, 35-year-old Tavon Battle. He is accused of opening fire by Douglas Homes on November 7th. 13-year-old Kelsey Washington was hit by a bullet and rushed to the hospital. Police confirmed that she passed away this past Monday. Tavon is charged with murder. Police say the investigation is open and ongoing.
No word of a suspect this morning in a deadly shooting that happened right near Lakewood Elementary in Broadway East. Now, police were called to Hoffman Street just before 2:30 yesterday afternoon. The victim taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Students at nearby Fort Worthington Elementary were kept inside at dismissal time as police responded to this shooting.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we are learning more about the East Baltimore sinkhole that swallowed several homes in July. The city finally got back to residents, but it is not the news they were hoping to hear. The city's law department claims there was no notice of any issues prior to the incident, meaning the city could avoid paying for losses since they didn't have prior knowledge of any warning signs. Some furious residents say they were left hanging out to dry.
They ain't even give me a call and say, well, hey, Mr. Bell, are you living somewhere, or do you have somewhere to stay? They abandoned.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the Department of Public Works asking if it is the city's responsibility to monitor aging infrastructure. We are still waiting to hear back. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. The race for Anne Arundel County Executive isn't over yet, as many more mail-in ballots still need to be counted.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with the latest on this close race. Olivia.
Tom and Patrice, incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman has taken the lead over Republican Jessica Hare by less than 200 votes, though, so this is really close. Pittman will hold a campaign update at 9 this morning, but there are still tens of thousands of ballots that need to be counted. But so far, the mail-ins have heavily favored the incumbent.
The longer it takes to count ballots, the more crazy conspiracy theory stuff happens, and you place more distrust in elections. And you're seeing that right now. Democrats mail in their votes now, and Republicans had some of these early leads, and all of a sudden these leads are going away.
Political analyst John Deedy says the sooner they count, the more trust there is in the system. The Anne Arundel County Board of Elections is waiting on approximately 50,000 mail-in ballots to be counted before a winner can be decided. So far, though, just over half of those ballots have been counted. And on Saturday, an equipment issue was reported with two of the scanning machines. More ballots were canvassed to make up for the lost time. So far, though, neither candidate has conceded or declared victory. And of course, Fox 45 News will be at Pittman's meeting this morning. You can also watch it on our website at foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. New details coming into our newsroom right now surrounding the tragic shooting deaths of 3 University of Virginia students.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what is expected to unfold today. Megan?
Getting word, guys, that the alleged shooter, Christopher Jones Jr., is expected to be arraigned in court here today. And it's happening after things got postponed yesterday for further documentation. We know the suspect here, the alleged shooter, is facing 3 counts of second-degree murder and using a handgun in the commission of a felony. According to police, he joined his classmates on a field trip to see a play in D.C. When they arrived back on campus, that's when police say witnesses claim Jones yelled, quote, "You guys are always messing with me," before then firing his first shots. Again, 3 people were killed. The victims now identified as Devin Chandler, Lavelle Davis Jr., and Deshaun Perry. All 3 were on the UVA football team, which Jones was part of in 2018. 2 others were injured. Their coach now speaking out yesterday saying this.
You know, I think it's important that we all grieve. I mean, these are outstanding young men that we don't understand why they're gone so early. And I think it's honorable that we grieve these young men. But also, too, we have to keep it in perspective and make sure that we take this pain that we're feeling and try to find a way to turn it into passion and motivation to go forward one day at a time.
Again, Jones, meantime, due in court today for his initial court appearance. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. A long-awaited project in Baltimore City making some progress. The new name announced that's sparking mixed reaction, though, from residents.
But first, cool and foggy this Wednesday morning. Our Weather Authority team is tracking when the sun returns and how the temperatures shape up as well. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Well, we're 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock now on your Wednesday morning. Hopefully your yard and garden enjoyed some of that rain. Maybe you didn't enjoy it so much because it was cold yesterday. Overall, our temperature is still chilly right now as we open our live window right here in Towson. You can see the roads are still a little bit wet. There's still some patchy fog out there. Numbers are in the upper 30s there for Cockeysville and Towson, 40 in Dundalk and Essex, 41 your temp in Glen Burnie right now. So if you are going to get out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, just know the roads and the trails will be wet and temps stay chilly with lower 40s through the 7 o'clock hour. We're back in a few, taking a look at what we can expect for the upcoming weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. 5:41 now, and here's a look at today's headlines. Activists will be holding a vigil for a homeless man killed in Baltimore last week. Tonight, along Taylor and Eastern Avenues.
Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman will be making an announcement regarding the election. You can watch that live right here on Fox 45 News at 9 o'clock this morning.
And Mayor Brandon Scott is expected to unveil a series of grants for several neighborhood-based organizations in Baltimore.
Families at odds over what caused the shooting death of Timothy Reynolds, the new surveillance images that are coming to light. 5:42 is your time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
This remarkable pyramid of glass has defined Baltimore's skyline for 5 decades. But after 42 years of keeping the elements out and the animals in, it was time to replace the glass panels that comprise this pyramid to ensure the safety of our guests, of the animals, of our staff, and everybody else.
Well, trending this morning after months of renovations, a major exhibit at the National Aquarium is back open.
Yeah, the Upland Tropical Rainforest exhibit shut down in the spring for improvements. You've seen the cranes out there. The rainforest features many of the aquarium's birds and plants. Also, there's a couple sloths in there. Renovation included replacing nearly 700 panels of glass that make up the roof of the exhibit, all of which have been recycled.
In a real win for the environment, not one piece of glass has gone into the waste stream. We were able to recycle 100% of the old glass, which was 46 tons of glass, and it's now reflective paint striping in a highway near you in Maryland.
Oh, it's pretty neat. The aquarium says the roof replacement will ensure the exhibit will be in good condition for the next 50 years.
Port Covington, the once industrial South Baltimore waterfront, is being redeveloped, is getting a new name. I keep seeing the billboards and signs for this.
Massive project south of 95 will now be called Baltimore Peninsula.
That project is being led by two companies, one based in New York, the other in San Francisco. They're working with owners Sagamore Ventures and Goldman Sachs. Mayor Scott joined others for the rebranding yesterday. They say it is their hope this will lead Baltimore into the future.
Tonight, Baltimore Peninsula officially welcomes the curious, the committed, and the conscientious to join us in creating a bigger, better, bolder way of thinking about equitable placemaking.
Project's first 5 buildings almost complete. They include 2 office buildings, 3 residential buildings. Tenants and residents will start moving in early next year.
Well, it's 5:47 and time to get another forecast. I'm just glad that the rain has stopped because yesterday my daughter had girls on the run and it was a downpour.
A lot of rain. But can we put the anchors back in the aquarium? That was a really cool shot. What you guys did, like in the background.
We're in the aquarium.
Yeah, where it was like they were in the aquarium. It was like you guys were. Yeah, look.
Is it
right
like
there.
when the divers go down and you get to watch?
You guys have to be still so the fish can swim around you. You can be like the anchors and they're. Yeah, look at that. I like that. That's really cool.
Glad we can amuse you.
Yeah, it's very easy. I'm an easy one for that. Hey, by the way, guys, let's enjoy some fast food today. Today is National Fast Food Day, so get that
some
fast
fish
food
sandwiches.
On. What's that?
Oh,
fish sandwich.
Fish sandwich would be great. That's what Jimmy likes.
Nice.
Yeah, you can go get it at Red Brick Station, the Traffic Jam Jimmy Fish Sandwich. Yep. Although I don't know that that's fast food at Red Brick Station because that's got some good food there. All right, let's continue. Domino sugar sign right there. Maybe there's some sugar in your fast food. That's fine. Looking out right now, we're still about an hour from the sun officially coming up. We still have also to deal with some patchy fog at this moment. 41 your official temperature at BWI. The leftover moisture from all the rain we had yesterday is why we're seeing some of the foggy conditions. But that area of low pressure and all of that moisture continuing to exit stage right. What we're going to see as we go into the later part of the afternoon, the wind will pick up and it will be a bit blustery, but we'll see a lot more sunshine as we take you later into the afternoon. So as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, maybe getting one of those Chick-fil-A sandwiches this morning. That sounds really good, actually. We never got breakfast for Olivia's birthday yesterday. I think we should do that today. Lower 40s here. Over the next couple of hours, the sun coming up at 6:51. 58 is our average for mid-November. We're going to be in the lower 50s. The Eastern Shore, the warmest spot again. Chestertown, Stevensville, down through Easton, even Elkton at 51. 52 in Baltimore City today, but upper 40s for Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air. And up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those lower 50s if you're heading down to D.C. or up to Philly today. Even 54 down the ocean there in Ocean City. Now, on your rake cast, I have a yellow light today, probably because those leaves are still going to be a little bit wet. But Thursday and Friday, green lights here as we'll be quite a bit drier. And the wind is going to pick up today and tomorrow. So if you want, just let that wind kind of blow the leaves around out into the street and your neighbors, and, they can take care of all that. Our future scan, though, looking pretty good as we're mainly dry. Ladies and gentlemen, I've never done this before, but in the 5 o'clock hour, are you ready? We are going to show you the 10-day forecast. You know why? Terrence the turkey. He's on there. Look closely. It's the 10-day forecast, ladies. It's the same music, but you still get a 10-day forecast. So 52 today, mid-40s here Thursday and Friday. It is going to be cold this weekend, but we're dry. And look what happens Tuesday, Wednesday, and next Thursday, which is Thanksgiving. Numbers come back up, and we do stay mainly dry. Looking like Friday of next week is when we'll have a better chance of rain. Terrence with the early appearance. I like that. Back to you.
Was that a 26 that's all there?
What?
26?
For what?
A low
yes,
for Monday?
That is correct.
All right.
Cold.
All right, let's move on. Let's move to some lower numbers even. But these are good lower numbers. These are our drive times. You want them to be low, and our lowest is 5 minutes. So looking at the Lynn Stoller traffic network, there's some good news. Let's move on now to Mark Jones with MTA and see if he's also got good news for us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. I wish I did. We've got a delay out there on Light Rail Link, which is running about 15 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there. Got about a 10-minute delay on Metro Subway Link this morning. The Upton station remains closed due to earlier flooding. Shuttle buses in place as repairs there at Upton continue. And you'll find on the MARC train system, Penn trains 407 and 511 with delays, operating with 5 to 10-minute delays there. The other trains of MARC look good for your travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Could the one bright spot in the economy be dimming? I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at some new worries on the horizon.
.54 and making headlines this morning, a judge is set to sentence the man convicted in the Waukesha Christmas parade attack.
And Darrell Brooks Jr. drove his SUV through the parade, killing 6 people, including children, injuring more than 60 others. Survivors of last year's crash had the chance to address Brooks in court. Among those giving a statement was the mother of an 8-year-old who was killed in that crash.
I miss Jackson every second of every single day. I feel gutted and broken. It hurts to breathe sometimes. It hurts to live without him here. My mama's soul aches for him. I am emotionally and mentally exhausted. The pain I carry with me every day feels so heavy.
Brooks was convicted on 76 charges last month, including 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Each homicide count carries a mandatory life sentence. In your consumer news this morning, the Biden administration could extend a payment pause on student loans. That possibility comes after a federal appeals court agreed to a preliminary injunction to halt student debt forgiveness. That 3-judge panel decision came days after a federal judge in Texas blocked the program. The extension of payment pauses would be the 8th pause. Federal student loan payments have been on hold since March of 2020. This morning, there are new fears about what a large batch of corporate layoffs could mean to this already volatile economy.
Now, with predictions pouring in that a recession could be looming, national correspondent Christine Frizzell takes a look at this new factor, bringing with it some new concerns.
In a sea of darkness that has been the U.S. economy, one bright spot has remained.
The jobs market has been red hot for months. America's job machine is firing on all cylinders here.
The unemployment rate recently reaching its lowest point in 50 years. Some employers enticing workers with higher wages and better benefits. But now, a turnaround, with more than 25,000 layoffs just this month in the technology sector alone. Some other industries scaling back as well.
One of the reasons they're having to do layoffs now is because they can't keep up with the additional costs of higher wages and salaries, and then the cost of their building material, the cost of transportation.
Facebook parent company Meta cutting 11,000 workers. The New York Times reporting Amazon may be next, with 10,000 layoffs set to begin any day. The company's founder with this assessment.
The economy does not look great right now. Things are slowing down. You're seeing layoffs in many, many sectors of the economy. People are slowing down. The probabilities say if we're not in a recession right now, we're likely to be in one very soon.
President Biden has sought to calm concerns.
We are not anywhere near a recession right now in terms of the growth, but I think we can have what most economists call a soft landing.
Some economists laying out a different take.
I'm worried about what you might call a crash landing. We might see that deadly combination of a slow-growing economy and a persistently high inflation rate.
But this week also brought some good news on inflation. Two sets of data that show inflation pressures are cooling. Both the Producer Price Index, which measures the cost of goods and services before it reaches consumers, and the Consumer Price Index, which showed an increase of 7.7%. Now, still high, but lower than analysts expected. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Well, an in-store snack war, if you will, could be brewing as one big box store lowers a combo price to undercut a competitor. Sam's Club, the membership discount store, has lowered the price of its $1.50 hot dog drink combo down to $1.38. Move takes aim at Costco's long popular $1.50 dog and combo drink special. Now, neither chain has raised prices this year on the combos because of inflation.
New images released from the murder of Timothy Reynolds. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a look at those photos, plus find out why both sides are seeing it differently.
An audit of Maryland's juvenile justice system finds problems with mental health programs, how that could be impacting the amount of crime we're seeing on city streets.
As we get you set for another day, we're talking about temperatures that are chilly, but the rain over for now. We'll have another update on our forecast and what we can expect as we head toward Turkey Day on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, November 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We were just talking about the combo. I was at Costco yesterday. Spoke with Chuck. He watches us at 6 o'clock every morning. So hello, Chuck.
Did you get a hot dog?
I did not.
Because that kid in the video looked so happy and pleased with their hot dog.
But I saw $1.50. Yeah.
All right, well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
I mean, we talked about it. It's National Fast Food Day. So if you want to get whatever you want to get today, you got a license to do that. As we take a look outside right now, we are seeing the foggy conditions for some of us, getting you set this morning. You can see our Towson camera right there. Some of those low clouds hanging around. And temps right on the right side of your screen. A lot of us are in the 30s, but even some lower 40s for Essex and Middle River out through Dundalk. And we're seeing that there in Edgemere and Sparrows Point. 41 Glen Burnie and Pasadena. 40 your temp in Elkridge right now. A misty and cool morning. We will be breezy this afternoon, tracking more sunshine and temperatures that will stay still below average. So over the next couple of hours, we're actually warmer this morning than we were yesterday with lower 40s out for your morning drive. Just watch for some of the wet roads out there. We'll have another update on our forecast as we look ahead toward the upcoming week. weekend. Tom, we know it's wet on the roads. Have you seen any major issues out there so far?
No, actually not at all. In fact, the maps look great around here right now. You're talking about the wet roads right there, Justin. You see that. There's also some fog on the eastern shore. There was a accident on the eastern shore on 50 westbound, shut down all 3 lanes, but you have to go almost all the way over to Ocean City in order to be impacted by that.
It is 6:01 now. We begin this morning in a city in crisis right now. The fate of one Baltimore teen lies in the hands of the court system.
A 15-year-old Squeegee kid charged with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds will be back in court tomorrow.
His defense is prepared to take a plea deal, but the family of Reynolds is fighting that.
Now, we have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us from Baltimore City Police Headquarters with a look into Maryland's juvenile justice system and whether young people actually receive rehabilitation services.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She's joining us live from downtown Baltimore with the new surveillance pictures of the altercation that led to Reynolds' death. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets back in July. And yesterday, pictures from security footage were released to the public showing the moments leading up to the incident. But both sides are seeing what happened very differently. The images that you're looking at right now were released by the prosecution's latest court filing, pushing back on portions of the defense's narrative, especially outlining Reynolds' blood alcohol level. Through Vignaraja, who is representing the Reynolds family, it says his blood alcohol level was 0.03, not 0.10.
The defense team has been suggesting that Mr. Reynolds was not in a position to drive. It's just false. It's irresponsible. An autopsy was performed.
Vignaraja says Reynolds did swing a bat at the Squeegee kids, but disputes the defense's claim that he hit anyone. The suspect, who was only 14 years old at the time, can be seen walking to the curb, grabbing a backpack with a gun, and walking back towards where Reynolds was walking. Police say Reynolds was shot 5 times.
As the victim is walking away, one of the Squeegee workers starts throwing rocks at the victim. The defendant, who is the furthest away from the victim, can be seen in the video footage shooting the victim as the victim is turning away.
The images come after the state's attorney's office offered a plea deal to the now 15-year-old Squeegee kid accused of killing Reynolds. The deal includes the suspect pleading guilty to manslaughter and being sent to a juvenile center.
I was blindsided Friday when I spoke and I heard that the state in its Mosby offering a plea deal to Tavon Scott, who shot my husband point blank 5 times while he was walking away. She never contacted the family this whole time, and she's supposed to do that. It's protocol.
Now, state's attorney Mosby claims that the Reynolds family was kept in the loop and didn't answer Fox 45 News when we asked about that. Everyone will be back in court tomorrow morning, where a judge will either accept or reject that plea deal. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby called the shooting unacceptable, but she stands by the recommendations to move this case to the juvenile court system. She also offered condolences to the family of Timothy Reynolds.
We want to know what you think. Should Marilyn Mosby recuse herself from the Squeegee murder case? 96% of the people who voted say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
6:04 now, and if this case is transferred to the juvenile court system, defense attorneys say the system will provide the treatment the teen critically needs. However, recent audits are suggesting a much different story. In fact, Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning. She's looking into the audit and what it is saying about the juvenile justice system. Shannon.
Well, we are talking about a scathing audit of Maryland's juvenile justice facilities, Tom, and it shows that these facilities are understaffed, overpopulated. It also shows that there is a string of problems surrounding the programs that are designed to try to improve teens' mental health. In fact, take a look at this. Auditors writing, quote, detention centers lack specialized resources and the particular professional clinical expertise and clinical staffing levels necessary to address the needs of this population. Well, Kenji Scott formerly chaired Maryland's Juvenile Justice Coalition, and he says the state has long ignored programs programs aimed at improving the mental health of violent teens. And he believes until the state gets serious about improving those teens' mental health, the level of violence will just keep growing.
What the state of Maryland, the Department of Juvenile Services, has historically done was send kids as far as New Mexico, Wyoming, because we lack the capacity in the state of Maryland to provide these services for the young people who need them the most. And we're paying the penalty right now. We're not only seeing our kids commit crimes, but we're also burying our kids as well.
Well, despite those problems, though, Scott says he still believes the juvenile justice system is better suited to help many of these violent teens, even if it means sending them to other states. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:06 right now, world leaders are on high alert as Poland now claims that a Russian-made missile killed at least 2 people in a village near the Ukraine border.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center right now with what we're learning at this hour. Megan.
A lot unfolding right now just into our newsroom, guys. What you're seeing here, this is brand new video from the scene where Russia's defense ministry is denying any responsibility for that. The strike happening, though, around the same time that Russian forces launched a wave of missile attacks on some major Ukrainian cities, knocking several power grids offline. President Biden now on his way back to D.C., but just hours ago before leaving the G20 summit in Indonesia, he and other NATO leaders discussed this possible strike during a roundtable meeting. When Biden was asked if he thought Russia was behind the attacks, this was his response.
There is preliminary information that contests that. I don't want to say that till we completely investigate, but it is. It's unlikely in the minds of the trajectory that it was fired from Russia. But we'll see. We'll see.
The president tweeting this photo of the meeting with the president of France and prime minister of both Canada and the UK, writing, quote, "We offer our full support and assistance with Poland's ongoing investigation." If the investigation, guys, would find Russia responsible for the strike, though, it would risk drawing the 30-nation NATO alliance into the conflict amidst its ongoing war with Ukraine. Also breaking here this morning, getting word an oil tanker has been struck by a bomb-carrying drone off the coast of Oman. The Associated Press tweeting this out just early this morning. And while no one is claiming responsibility, there is suspicion right now falling on Iran, as Tehran and Israel, of course, have been engaged in that years-long shadow war. We're going to keep you posted on both of these stories as they develop this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. For the 7th time this year, firearm found on a student in Baltimore City Public School. Just ahead, what's being done to ensure students are safe in the classroom?
And a change overnight when it comes to the race for Anne Arundel County Executive. Just ahead, who is conceding this morning?
Our temperatures are cool, but we're still dealing with some foggy conditions out there. Statewide 30s and 40s this hour. Back with your forecast and what we can expect today and as we head toward the weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Welcome back. Time right now is 6:11. It is Wednesday morning. Looking out from our Towson camera, yeah, we're seeing a little bit of that blue sky there as that sun is coming up in just a bit. Those clouds will continue to move on. And as we get later into the day, you will need the sunglasses for sure. It will be a bit breezy. Grab the jacket. No need for the umbrella on your out-the-door cast. Still a warm beverage this morning with temperatures that are staying mainly in the 40s here, but eventually back to about 45 by 9 a.m. We're coming back in a few minutes to talk more about what we can expect later this week and those even colder temperatures as we approach the upcoming weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Former President Donald Trump throwing his hat in the 2024 election. His plans now before the next primary election.
It is the season of giving, but buying gifts can be expensive nowadays. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, the steps you can follow to stop impulse buying and stick to your budget. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.15, Donald Trump, former president, makes it official. He wants another term in the White House.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
Trump making the announcement from his Mar-a-Lago resort. His campaign filed the paperwork with the Federal Election Commission about 30 minutes before that event. Trump touted his record as president, contrasting it with the border problems and soaring inflation under President Joe Biden. He says the comeback starts now.
Together we will be taking on the most corrupt forces and entrenched interests imaginable. Our country is in a horrible state. We're in grave trouble. This is not a task for a politician or a conventional candidate. This is a task for a great movement that embodies the courage, confidence, and the spirit of the American people.
Now, Trump has a massive war chest for an election bid, and he's already opened up attacks on potential primary competitors. But Trump was impeached twice and faces a series of intensifying criminal investigation, which raises concerns over his ability to run.
On the heels of the big announcement from former President Trump, more and more members of the Republican Party are starting to signal a move away from Trump after the results of the midterm elections. After a disappointing outcome for the GOP, with Democrats holding the Senate and control of the House coming down to a thin margin, some Republicans blame the former president and his endorsements.
We need as a party to move past President Trump and to move on to an agenda that represents the voices of all those in the party.
I think that this election was the funeral for the Republican Party as we know it.
I think it's basically the third election in a row that Donald Trump has cost us the race, and it's like, 3 strikes, you're out.
Many Republicans are also looking to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is starting to pull ahead in polls against Trump in a hypothetical primary.
6:17 is the time on this Wednesday morning, and yet it's another one, if you have them, seat heaters.
And we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the temperatures and whether or not we're going to have rain.
Yeah, well, the whole thing was it was a cold rain yesterday, guys, and we got a good amount of rain, more than an inch officially, and a lot of us got a little bit more than that. But it's weird, too, because with the cloud cover, our temps are actually a bit warmer than the last couple of mornings, but it's still chilly, as Tom mentioned. Yeah, get the seat warmers and have the jacket before you head out. Also still tracking a little bit of patchy fog. You can kind of see that here on our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Still about 30 minutes away from the sun coming up. 41 your temperature right now at BWI. That's the official number. A little westerly wind at about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Wind is going to pick up today as well. Notice on our HD radar that we are seeing this area of low pressure that brought all of the rain to our area out of here and moving up to the north and to the east. Back behind that will be some of the cooler and drier air that will be working in. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they've got the jacket on this morning because temperatures are a bit chilly. Lower 50s through noon, and as you get later into the afternoon, it will be breezy and cool with numbers staying in the lower 50s for today. So golfers, if you do want to get out there on the golf course, probably a little squishy with all of that rain on the fairways and greens, but overall drying out nicely and at least a 1 club wind later today with the breezy to windy conditions on tap. 58 is typically where we are this time of year. Westminster, Eldersburg, Carroll County, northern Baltimore County, mid to upper 40s is where we'll end up for Reisterstown over to Towson into Lutherville and Timonium. Some lower 50s for Perry Hall and White Marsh down into Baltimore City. Eastern Shore, you're actually going to be a little bit warmer today. In fact, the low to mid 50s. This is where we saw the warmest temps yesterday, and the same thing going today, even though we're starting off with some foggy conditions for you there across the bay. And up and down the 95 corridor, lower 50s for D.C. and Baltimore up into Philly, while it's still cold in Cumberland, only 42 this afternoon. May want to hold off until tomorrow to get the car cleaned up, only because we still have those wet roads out there, and you'll still need the wipers as you get some of the splashback on the outer loops of the Beltway or wherever you're driving this morning. Our future scan, again, showing us drier conditions will be here. The wind will come in. We've got cooler temperatures, however, so today is actually going to be the warmest day of the next 4 or 5 because numbers will come down. Even though we stay dry, the cooler air will be entrenched. Carolyn sent us this picture from Annapolis of Simon the goat, just enjoying a fall afternoon. Thank you very much for that, Carolyn. It doesn't matter if you have a goat or a snake or a ferret or a cat or a dog. We'd love to see it. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com will put your pet pics on TV. You've got to start thinking about holiday pet pics. We like to dress them up for Halloween. A lot of folks dress them up for Christmas and New Year's too, and Hanukkah for that matter. All right, so breezy and cooler tomorrow, upper 40s, mid 40s Friday and Saturday, and then temperatures are actually coming down. Ravens game on Sunday. It will be cold but dry with temperatures right about 42 for our high. Eventually we'll be a bit warmer as we head toward Thanksgiving next week. All right, Mark Jones with the MTA with a look at our mass transit. Mark, earlier I saw there was a light rail or some sort of delay on one of those light rails. Is that still an issue?
Yes, it is, Justin. We have light rail running with a 15-minute delay. Be aware of that and allow perhaps a little extra time for travel. Metro Subway Link is experiencing signal issues this morning, and as a result, you'll find delays there in your travels. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes is what you should expect there on Metro Subway Link. Of course, Metro Subway Link still dealing with the Upton Station closure due to flooding. Shuttle buses remain in place there to and from that station. On the MARC train system, look for trains 511, 401, and 845 to be about 5 to 10 minutes late. Allowed time in those instances. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Another gun has been found inside city schools. Coming up, we are taking a look at this alarming trend and what should be done about it.
The man accused of shooting members of the UVA football team is expected in court this morning. Just ahead, the new details we're learning about what led up to that deadly encounter. 6:21 is your time.
.624, bright spot for you this morning. A baby elephant got more than her 15 minutes of fame by stealing the spotlight from a reporter. Take a look at this.
And disrupting the cycle of life, save our wild species, and provide a home.
Can you imagine? How cute is that? The reporter said he'd done like 10 takes trying to nail his stand-up when the elephant's trunk instead nailed him. I mean, just curious all over. He said, I felt the ticklish trunk, but I tried to keep my cool, and he did for so long until, I mean.
He must smell like peanuts up there.
Right, trying to push him down like, hey, you're blocking my shot.
Oh, my gosh. What would that feel like,
And he's just coming from all angles.
Oh, man.
All right. Wow. Trending now, bad news for Taylor Swift fans as purchasing tickets for her upcoming shows has become a hassle. Ticketmaster crashed after the enormous demand for Swift's upcoming Eras tour. This is Taylor Swift's first tour since 2018. Ticketmaster says they've sold thousands of tickets, but it is still not enough to meet the massive demand from fans. Ticketmaster is delaying the on-sale times for shows in Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Seattle, and just crazy yesterday, Megan. You were trying to get tickets.
Oh, my gosh. About 8 of my girlfriends on a text chain. And the problem is this is the pre-sale. This is for the verified account. This isn't even open, and they're gone. So my girlfriend went in at 9 a.m. By 5 p.m. got kicked out. Like, Ticketmaster shut down. She got kicked out after taking a day off of work to be on this. Then kicked out, gets back in, and they say that there's nothing left. And they're already being sold for like $3,500 on StubHub and other venues.
I would be. Yeah. You spend that much time in a day,
and you get kicked out.
Get it.
And so now I think the bigger story today is, can Ticketmaster handle to this kind of
right? Oh, my goodness.
And will they be, will these artists allow Ticketmaster to be in charge of their
And like you said, that was the verified pre-sale. So the general public,
no chance.
I mean,
they're not going.
No chance.
You bought them all, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
And then what a racket to, sell them for thousands of dollars now. I mean, all these little girls who want to go too, that stinks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, well, good luck.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm not going now. It's done.
Good luck for us because the sunshine is returning this afternoon. But what will the temperatures do as we head toward the weekend? We've got our Weather Authority team tracking the numbers and also looking ahead to your Thanksgiving Day forecast.
The race for Anne Arundel County Executive is so close, but despite that, there's been an interesting development. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the latest update. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Another cold start to your morning, and bundle up as you head down to the bus stop.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at what we can expect today.
Yeah, and the good news is the rain is done. So even though it's kind of misty outside, you'll have wet roads and you'll need the windshield wipers. We're not dealing with actual rain that's going to be falling. So you'll need a jacket for sure, and then have the sunglasses ready for later this afternoon. Even though we're still cloudy this morning, that sun is going to break out as we look at the stadiums right there. Of course, M&T Bank Stadium lit up because Sunday is game day, and we've got that Ravens game right here on Fox 45, 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon. So a misty and cool morning, breezy conditions later today, and temperatures that will stay below average. Mr. Bowe says we're good to go over the next few hours. Numbers are actually a bit warmer than where they were yesterday, but still 40s means you'll probably need at least the defrosters and the heaters on. We're talking about a high of 52 today. We actually get colder Thursday and Friday as we head closer to that weekend. Coming up in just a few minutes, back by popular demand, Terrence the turkey is going to show up on our 10-day forecast. You got to wait about, I'd say, 15 minutes or so from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now looking at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, there is construction on 95 southbound near the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and because of it, we are seeing some backups in that area. Just to be mindful in that direction.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Another gun has been found inside a Baltimore City public school.
This time from an elementary middle school. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with the latest incident of what could be part of a trend within city schools. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a pattern, Patrice, that we just continue to see. We are just 3 months into the school year, and already 7 guns have been seized from students on city school grounds. So let's get you straight to a look at this gun that was recovered. According to a police source, a student brought this into North Bend Elementary Middle School in Baltimore City yesterday morning. This is a loaded handgun. Now, that student has been taken into custody, but this is the second gun to be brought into a city school in just a matter of days. Take a look. This past Friday, a student brought this gun into Mervo High School. It comes after a record 15 guns were seized from students last school year.
But there needs to be a real consequence that's known, that young people are aware of, a direct consequence, not what could happen with the gun or the danger involving the gun, but what happens if you get caught bringing a gun to school, that something serious is going to happen. And I don't think that's the perception. And I think until it is, we're going to continue to see this.
So as you just heard, former Deputy Commissioner of the Baltimore Police Department, Jason Johnson, well, he says that consequences, Tom and Patrice, they are crucial in stopping this.
So, Shannon, we know that the city schools FOP has talked about having police that are in the schools be allowed to carry firearms in those schools. Did Johnson mention that at all?
He did mention that, Patrice, and he's on the exact same page as the FOP president, Sergeant Clyde Boatwright. He believes that police should be allowed to carry guns inside city schools. In fact, he thinks it's only a matter of time that a student comes in with a loaded gun and ill intent, and police are powerless to stop what unfolds. But, of course, we know nothing can change until state lawmakers act in Annapolis. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:33, and turning now to a city of crisis. An arrest has been made in the shooting death of a 13-year-old girl in southeast Baltimore. Police say they've arrested this man, 35-year-old Tavon Battle. He is accused of opening fire by Douglas Homes on November 7th. 13-year-old Kelsey Washington was hit by a bullet and rushed to the hospital. Police confirmed she passed away this past Monday. Battle is charged with murder, and police say that the investigation is open and ongoing.
No word of a suspect this morning in a deadly shooting that happened right near Lakewood Elementary in Broadwood East. Police were called to Hoffman Street just before 2:30 yesterday afternoon. The victim was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Now, students at the nearby Fort Worthington Elementary were kept inside at dismissal time as police responded to this shooting.
Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage, new developments overnight in the race for Anne Arundel County Executive.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with the latest on this race. Olivia.
Well, good morning. And incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman has taken the lead over Republican Jessica Hare by less than 200 votes, though, so this is really close. But late last night, Pittman tweeted that Hare called him and conceded the race. Pittman will hold a campaign update at 9 this morning. But despite Hare conceding, there's still tens of thousands of ballots that need to be counted. So far, the mail-ins have heavily favored the incumbent.
The longer it takes to count ballots, the more crazy conspiracy theory stuff happens, and you place more distrust in elections. And you're seeing that right now. Democrats mail in their votes now, and Republicans had some of these early leads, and all of a sudden these leads are going away.
That was political analyst John Deedy, who says the sooner they count, the more trust there is in the system. The Anne Arundel County Board of Elections is waiting on approximately 50,000 mail-in ballots to be counted before a winner can be decided. So far, just over half of those ballots have been counted. And on Saturday, an equipment issue was reported with 2 of the scanning machines. More ballots were canvassed to make up for that lost time. But Pittman says he looks forward to the next 4 years, and Fox 45 News will be at his meeting this morning. You can also watch it on our website at foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Newly released photos outline the moments leading up to Timothy Reynolds' death, the disagreement about what's actually happening in surveillance video.
Temperatures in the 40s this morning when you step outside. Justin's back in just a few minutes with an update on how long these cold temperatures will stick around. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Got the blues because of early sunsets? Rhode Island meteorologist R.J. Heim says it's not as early for everyone, just depends where you live.
So our 4:30 mid-November sunset is a 6:30 sunrise on the other hand. However, the western edge of the Eastern time zone, Indianapolis, Indiana, their sunset this time of the year is 5:30, but their sunrise is at 7:30.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back. Time right now, 6:39. We're just 21 minutes away from 7 o'clock now on this kind of foggy Wednesday morning. This is what's left over from all of the rain that we saw yesterday. But good news is after our fog clears out, we actually will see breezy conditions and more sun is on the way for the afternoon, even though our temperatures stay on the chilly side. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours outside, just know those roads and trails still a little bit wet. Temperatures, however, staying in the lower 40s. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Well, new details coming into our newsroom right now surrounding the tragic shooting deaths of 3 University of Virginia students.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what is expected to unfold today. Megan?
Guys, we're just getting word the alleged shooter that you see here behind me, we'll pull up his picture a little bigger here. His name, Christopher Jones Jr. He is now expected to be arraigned in court today after things got postponed yesterday for further documentation. And we know he's facing 3 counts of second-degree murder and also using a handgun in the commission of a felony. According to police, he joined his classmates on a field trip to see a play in D.C. When they arrived back on campus, that's when police say witnesses claim Jones yelled, "You guys are always messing with me," before firing his first shot. Again, 3 people were killed. The victims now identified as Devin Chandler, Lavelle Davis Jr., and Deshaun Perry. All 3 of them on the UVA football team, which Jones was also a part of in 2018. 2 others were injured. Their identities not yet released. Their coach, though, now speaking out, saying this.
You know, I think it's important that we all grieve. I mean, these are outstanding young men that we don't understand why they're gone so early. And I think it's honorable that we grieve these young men. But also, too, we have to keep it in perspective and make sure that we take this pain that we're feeling and try to find a way to turn it into passion and motivation to go forward one day at a time.
Again, Jones due in court here today now for his initial court appearance. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A representative for the family of Timothy Reynolds pushing back against allegations made by the accused killer's attorneys. What he says they got wrong about what happened that day.
Disagreement over the root causes of crime and who's responsible for the lack of progress fixing the issue. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
.644 now to a city in crisis. The teen accused of killing 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds accepts a plea deal to avoid first-degree murder, but a judge still needs to sign off on that deal. This, as Reynolds' family argues, these images that were just released show the case goes beyond manslaughter. They say the shooter targeted Reynolds after he had been hit with a cement block. The defense claims Reynolds was dangerous and hit a Squeegee kid with a bat.
I was blindsided Friday when I spoke and I heard that the state in its Mosby offering a plea deal to Tavon Scott.
It is not ideal to have a 15-year-old, someone who was actually 14 at the time of the offense, being housed and detained among men.
Well, those photos released, but not the full videos of when Reynolds was killed, as lawyers for both sides are pushing different theories and explanations for what actually happened. Joining us now, representing Timothy Reynolds' family, attorney Thuru Vignarajah. Thanks for coming back in, Thuru.
Of course. Good morning.
Good morning. You released those photos. There was just a half a dozen photos released showing different people, well, what they said to be involved. And it seems like when you look at the photos, anybody can pick anything they want and say it. It's really the ones that have seen the video. Why are these photos that you released, I guess, explaining what happened?
You're exactly right, which is one of the reasons we've called on prosecutors as well as police to release that full video. That full video, which the family and I got a chance to first see earlier this week, was presented to the grand jury. And it's on the basis of that video, in part, that the grand jury returned in 5 minutes an indictment for first-degree murder. This was not some, grand jury indicting a ham sandwich. They actually got to see the concrete evidence in this case. And we now know things that the public did not know before. Number one, that the defendant's DNA was on the backpack book strap that had the gun in it. Number two, that the defendant not only retrieved the book bag, he actually retreated for a minute, pulled down a mask, and only then re-entered the fray and attacked Mr. Reynolds. And number three, that he shot the victim 5 times, at least 3 or 4 times in the back. That is not self-defense. That's not an act in the moment, in the heat of the moment. It's first-degree murder, and it's one of the reasons the victims believe you've got to see the full video, and the public is entitled to see it.
Well, what is the defense team saying about releasing the video? I mean, if they're claiming that it was actually self-defense, wouldn't they want the video released too?
You would think, and the defense has seen it, the prosecutors have seen it, the grand jury has seen it, the detectives have seen it, and everyone who's seen it, of course, with the exception of the defense, understands why there is evidence of premeditation. When you pull away and pull down a mask and then re-enter, you can't claim self-defense by bringing a gun and a mask to the fight and shooting the victim 5 times, multiple times in the back.
Well, we've seen many videos released, especially when police are involved in shootings, people die, and they're released within days. Why is this one being held back so that the public can't see the full videos?
It's a great question, and we, of course, have to shield, under the circumstances, and until this case is declared a full-blown adult case, we do have to shield the identity of the individual who is charged. But the investigative privilege doesn't apply here. The investigation is over. They're on the brink of brokering this plea deal over the objection of the victims who were not consulted in forging this plea deal. We really hope that the judge, just as he has in other cases, keeps this in adult court. The age, of course, is a mitigating factor at sentencing. The victims agree with that. But to turn this into a juvenile case where he's going to serve 9 months in a program, then be back on the street under supervised release, it's a terrible signal to send. It doesn't provide a real opportunity for rehabilitation or punishment. It's just a joke.
Dhruv Raja, thank you. And of course, that court date is coming up tomorrow, so we'll be following up with this story and discussing it with you later on this week.
I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this.
Thank you. All right, 6:48, and now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because we're dealing with no more rain, luckily. Yeah. However, there's some fog on the eastern shore.
Yeah, exactly right. Not only there, too, Tom, but also some other areas that are seeing some patchy fog. We're still kind of hanging on to a lot of this cloud cover. This is all that leftover moisture as we saw that rain that came in yesterday. It was that cold rain that really was with us through last night. Some of us getting some torrential downpours. Definitely an IMC-type morning for you, pilots, but hopefully by the afternoon we look to be VFR. That means we'll clear things out and get these clouds to move on as well. There's the area of low pressure. This is the center of the system that went right over our area that brought snow to western Maryland and rain for a lot of us here in central Maryland. All of that energy is moving up toward the northeast. That's some big, big energy, too. But looking at our next 12 hours, our numbers in the upper 40s and into the lower 50s. Today will be actually the warmest day over the next several because numbers will come back down as we approach the weekend. 58 is typically where we are. So lower 50s this afternoon, the wind kind of cutting through you later today as well. It will be breezy. We'll go for a high of 52 with the sun coming up in just a couple of minutes from right now. And we'll get more sunshine later today. But just know it's only up until 4:51 tonight. Upper 40s across Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air today. 51 in Oakton. Eastern Shore a little warmer with lower 50s. Across the bay to Annapolis at 52 and 50 your high today in Laurel. And even up and down the 95 corridor, Philly, New York, Baltimore, D.C., all in the lower 50s. even mid-50s down the ocean there in Ocean City. Now, look at the numbers. They're going back down, and they're going to stay below average as we approach the weekend. The kind of bottom of that dip is Sunday. That will be the coldest day. But the good news is, looking ahead to next week, we see a gradual warming trend starting next Tuesday. So about the next 5 days or so after today, we're going to have to deal with some of these cold temperatures. Breezy conditions today. Getting those clouds out of here in our future scan. Really not tracking any precip. May get some upslope snow showers over the next couple of days in some of the mountain locations. But other than that, we are staying mainly dry. So you'll see a few clouds on Friday, but overall not too bad. 8 days from today is Turkey Day. That is Thanksgiving. 33 days out from Hanukkah. 5 weeks from today is the winter solstice, my wife's birthday, so got to start thinking about that. And we're just 46 days out from 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10-day forecast early for you this morning. We're looking at 52 today, 40s, as I mentioned, into the weekend. We're dry for the Ravens game on Sunday, but the only reason I show you this is because next Thursday, right there, Terrence the Turkey, we're looking at temperatures in the mid-50s, so it should be very nice conditions for your Thanksgiving celebrations. Speaking of Turkey Day, what's up, Patrice?
Wait, are you calling me a turkey?
No.
Well,
I just heard you're talking about turkeys, so.
We are. Thanksgiving is the peak day for home cooking fires, but just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to show you the safe way you should deep fry your Thanksgiving turkey.
Oh, and enhance your Thanksgiving dinner with the right wine. The wine options to consider when giving thanks.
Well,
we don't have any wine right now.
We don't. We don't have that wine, so we're going to have to settle for the next best thing.
That's right. In fact, it's time for a coffee break.
.655 in today's Assignment America. A concerning new report says If current murder rates in the United States continue, 1 out of every 179 Americans will eventually be murdered over the course of their lifetimes. The study was conducted by Just Facts, a nonprofit research institute. The research indicated about 24,500 people were killed during a criminal act in the United States last year. Baltimore City is on its way to reaching 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row. This morning, the city sits at 298 homicides. Now, nearly every big city struggles with the crime rate.
Some argue the problem starts with the crisis in the classroom. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has more from Washington.
Concerning crime rates, still very much a part of everyday life in America's big cities. In Chicago, violent crime is up 40% year over year. Labor Secretary Marty Walsh visiting the city Monday, saying these headlines miss the point.
They talk about crime, but they don't talk about the root cause of crime. The root cause of crime is poverty, lack of education, lack of opportunity, lack of choices, lack of theft, lack of help.
Addressing the root cause of crime is on the to-do list of nearly every big city mayor, but few appear to be making progress. Walsh served as mayor of Boston for 7 years.
We find the highest crime rates and some of the worst poverty rates in these cities, which are almost entirely run exclusively by Democrats.
Heritage Foundation's E.J. Antoni makes another point.
If we put aside all of the talking points and the ideology for a moment and we look strictly at the data, what we find is that there really is no link between poverty and crime.
According to Antoni, the problem is when there's no pathway to get out of poverty. Education has historically been a solution, but inner city schools increasingly falling short. Education is reaching a crisis point in Baltimore as schools graduate students who can barely read. The city now facing a lawsuit led by prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump.
Without a quality education, how are you supposed to be able to support yourself and your family? And it is almost like a re-engineered design for the school-to-prison pipeline.
The Baltimore lawsuit moving forward after a judge denied all motions brought by the school board to have the case dismissed. Attorney Ben Crump saying what happens in Baltimore could provide an example for similar lawsuits in other cities. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Well, here in Baltimore, voters decided to replace longtime Sheriff John Anderson for the first time in decades. And Deputy City Sheriff Sam Cogan, who ran against him, will now become the Baltimore City Sheriff. He won the primary in July, ran unopposed in the general election last week. Anderson was first elected to the position of sheriff in 1989 and has served since then.
Los Angeles, one of the major metropolitan cities facing a crime crisis, voted in a new sheriff. Incumbent Alex Villanueva accepted his defeat on Tuesday. Robert Luna will take his place. Throughout his one term as the leader of the nation's largest sheriff's department, Villanueva gained a reputation for defying defunding police ideals and vaccine mandates.
New images released from the murder of Timothy Reynolds. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a look at those photos, plus find out why both sides are seeing it differently.
An audit of Maryland's juvenile justice system finds problems with mental health programs. How that could be impacting the crime we see right here on city streets.
And temperatures are not too bad right now. We're still dealing with some of the foggy conditions after that rain that we had yesterday. We're going to break down what we can expect for the weekend and a look ahead to Thanksgiving next week.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here's a look at the big stories we're following this morning.
Newly released images show the moments before Timothy Reynolds' death, how the defense attorneys and Reynolds' family say the pictures could impact a plea deal.
Fox 45 News investigates what a recent report finds is lacking at the city's juvenile jail when it comes to rehabilitation.
East Baltimore residents continue demanding compensation after a sinkhole swallows up their homes, while the city says it won't help.
And Port Covington is rebranded. Still ahead, Mayor Brandon Scott explains what went into the decision to change the name despite its lack of popularity. Good morning on this Wednesday, November 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. 8 days until Thanksgiving. Or 7 days till somebody else's birthday.
That somebody would be meteorologist Justin Chambers.
I don't even care about my birthday. I'm excited for Turkey Day this year. I am pumped up. I'm ready to go. I'm pumped up the fact that temperatures will actually be a little bit warmer looking ahead to next week. But we've got a cold spell to get through before all that happens. Taking a look outside right now. There we go. That sun's starting to break through just a little bit as we've got those clouds lifting. As we head to the afternoon today, we will see more sunshine and it will be a bit breezy as well. Statewide, our temperatures are in the 30s in Oakland and Cumberland. Got some good snow in western Maryland. Some areas picking up 2 inches or more yesterday. 39 in Westminster, 38 in Bel Air, and 41 your temp in Baltimore right now. Overall, your morning drive. Mr. Bowe says, yeah, you probably still need your windshield wipers because you'll get that splashback with some of the wet roads out there. But the drying process will continue to go later today. And we'll top out at about 52 for our high, which is still below average. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll be talking a little bit more about that extended outlook as we head into the weekend, as well as the big Ravens game coming up right here at home on Sunday afternoon. Tom?
All right, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we are seeing some slowdowns. One of them, an accident on the Key Bridge that's causing some delays there. They're saying one vehicle is involved there, and that is right at the Francis Scott Key, right at the top of the crest of that bridge. There's also another one southbound on 95, right before the Harbor Tunnel. 2 vehicles involved there. That's causing a lot backup before your morning commute.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Right now, the fate of one Baltimore teen lies in the hands of the court system.
15-year-old Squeegee kid charged with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds will be back in court tomorrow.
His defense is prepared to take a plea deal, but the family of Reynolds is fighting that.
Well, we have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us from Baltimore City Police Headquarters with a look into Maryland's juvenile justice system and whether young people actually receive rehabilitation services.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She's joining us live from downtown Baltimore with the new surveillance pictures of the altercation that led to Reynolds' death. Olivia.
Well, Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets back in July. And just yesterday, pictures from security footage were released to the public showing the moments leading up to the incident. But both sides are seeing what happened very differently. The images that you're looking at right now were released by the prosecution's latest court filing, pushing back on portions of the defense's narrative, especially outlining Reynolds' blood alcohol level. Through Vignaraja, who is representing the Reynolds family, says his blood alcohol level was 0.03. Not 0.10.
The defense team has been suggesting that Mr. Reynolds was not in a position to drive. It's just false. It's irresponsible. An autopsy was performed.
Vignaraja says Reynolds did swing a bat at the Squeegee kids, but disputes the defense claims that he hit anyone. The suspect, who was 14 years old at the time, can be seen walking to the curb, grabbing a backpack with a gun, and walking back towards where Reynolds was walking. Police say Reynolds was shot 5 times.
As the victim is walking away, one of the Squeegee workers starts throwing rocks at the victim. The defendant, who is the furthest away from the victim, can be seen in the video footage shooting the victim as the victim is turning away.
The image comes after the state's attorney's office offered a plea deal to the now 15-year-old Squeegee kid accused of killing Reynolds. The deal includes the suspect pleading guilty to manslaughter and being sent to a juvenile center.
I was blindsided Friday when I spoke and I heard that the state, and it's Mosby, offering a plea deal to Tavon Scott, who shot my husband point blank 5 times while he was walking away. She never contacted the family this whole time, and she's supposed to do that. It's protocol.
And State's Attorney Mosby claims the Reynolds family was kept in the loop, but didn't answer when Fox 45 News asked her about that. Everyone will be back in court tomorrow morning, where a judge will either accept or reject that plea deal. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby calling the shooting unacceptable, but she stands by the recommendations to move the case to juvenile court system. She also offered condolences to the family of Timothy Reynolds.
We want to know what you think. Should Marilyn Mosby recuse herself from the case of Timothy Reynolds' killing? 96% of those who have voted say yes. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Now, if this case is transferred to the juvenile court system, defense attorneys say the system will provide the treatment the teen critically needs. However, recent audits suggest a much different story. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning. She's looking into that audit and what it's saying about the juvenile justice system. Shannon.
We're talking about a scathing audit, Tom, of Maryland's juvenile justice facilities that show that they are understaffed, overpopulated. It also shows a string of problems related to the programs that are supposed to be improving teens' mental health. In fact, take a look at this. Auditors writing, quote, detention centers lack specialized resources and the particular professional clinical expertise and clinical staffing levels necessary to address the needs of this population. Well, Kenji Scott formerly chaired Maryland's Juvenile Justice Coalition, and he says the state has long ignored programs aimed at improving the mental health of violent teens. And he believes until the state gets serious about these teens' mental health, well, the level of violence, it'll just keep growing.
What the state of Maryland, the Department of Juvenile Services, has historically done was send kids as far as New Mexico, Wyoming, because we lack the capacity in the state of Maryland to provide these services for the young people who need them the most. And we're paying the penalty right now. We're not only seeing our kids commit crimes, but we're also burying our kids as well.
Well, despite those problems, Scott does believe that the juvenile justice system is still better to help many of these violent teens, even if it means sending them to other states. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:07 and making headlines this morning. Port Covington, the once industrial South Baltimore waterfront being redeveloped, is getting a new name.
And the massive project south of 95 will now be called Baltimore Peninsula.
The project is being led by two companies, one based in New York, the other in San Francisco. They're working with owner Sagamore Ventures and Goldman Sachs. Mayor Brandon Scott joined others for that rebranding yesterday, and they say it is their hope that this will lead Baltimore into the future.
Tonight, Baltimore Peninsula officially welcomes the curious, the committed, and the conscientious to join us in creating a bigger, better, bolder way of thinking about equitable placemaking.
Well, the project's first 5 buildings are almost complete. They include 2 office buildings, 3 residential buildings. Tenants and residents will be able to start moving in next year. Now, people on our Facebook page at Fox 45 are speaking out against the branding, saying the rebrand just isn't good.
I kind of liked it. I kind of thought maybe Port Covington seems shipyardish, and this is kind of more like waterfront property-esque is how I took the branding. What did you guys think?
I wasn't sure why they renamed it, but I mean, either would have been fine to me. There was no big, whoa, Port Covington, what a great name. So I mean, Baltimore Peninsula to me is along the same vein.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care what the name is. I think it's very exciting that it's like, you know, this big. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the renaissance that the mayor talks about. You know, we always hear the bad things, but this is a really good thing with so much, you know, money being poured in there. It's like a place that people can be on the harbor. I mean, I think that's kind of cool.
So I wonder if people, their reservations about it are just with the new name, or if they don't like the concept of what's happening there in general.
Interesting.
Well, it was vacant. I mean, so many different vacant buildings that sat there for years. So at least now something is regenerating.
Which is great.
So you're like, hey, we're going to change something up. Let's get a new name.
Yeah, that's good. All right, 7:09 is your time right now. Changing it up weather-wise. Well, with the sun, it's starting to break through, and we like to see that right there from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Yeah, we got some snow in western Maryland, so that's fun for people who like that. We didn't get any snow here, but we definitely got a lot of rain, and that's what we saw pretty much all of yesterday. So still kind of a misty and cool morning. Overall, the wind will pick up this afternoon, and it will be breezy at times. Temperatures, however, still staying below average, and the wind's going to make it feel a little bit cooler than the actual numbers will be. So just have the jacket with you as you head out this morning. Definitely need the sunglasses, but no need for the umbrella on your out-the-door cast. And numbers here today are going to be in the upper 40s for some. Westminster, Cockeysville, Bel Air, some of our northern areas close to that 50-degree mark. The farther south you go, lower 50s for Baltimore City, out toward the eastern shore, even down through Annapolis. Angeles for this afternoon. We'll do your 7-day forecast. We'll talk about the game day weather for the Ravens game, which is right here on Fox 45 if you can't make it out. And we'll talk about what else we can expect heading toward Turkey Day. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Let's get over now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and our drive times. Big difference from what we saw in the early hours. 17-minute drive from 795 to 95. That's in the yellow. 95 to 83 also in the yellow with 14 minutes.
7:10, and right now, world leaders are on high alert after a missile kills at least 2 people in Poland right near the Ukraine border.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're learning at this hour and who might have done this. Megan.
Yeah, we've got some new information for you. We want to show you the scene right here. This is video from the attack right there. Right away, there were questions as to whether this was a Russian-made missile. Just minutes ago, though, Poland's president saying it appears to be, quote, an unfortunate accident, not an intentional attack. It did, however, happen around the very same time that Russian forces launched a wave of missile attacks on major Ukrainian cities, knocking several power grids offline. President Biden now on his way back to D.C., but just hours ago, before leaving the G20 summit in Indonesia, he and other NATO leaders were discussing the possible strike during a roundtable meeting. In fact, the president tweeting this photo here of the meeting with the president of France and the prime ministers of Canada and the UK, writing, quote, we offer our full support for and assistance with Poland's ongoing investigation. Again, according to Poland, it appears as though this was an accident. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. For the 7th time this year, a firearm is found on a student in Baltimore City Public Schools. Fox 45 News continues demanding answers on what's being done to ensure students are safe in the classroom.
And tragedy this morning in Baltimore as a 13-year-old girl who was shot last week has died. But a major break in the case, the arrest that was just announced. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15, you're making a list and checking it twice, and chances are you'll buy holiday gifts for those on that list by shopping online. For this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau joining us with words of warning to keep you and your purchases safe. Good
That's
morning.
right. We're just going to do a general conversation about online shopping.
All right, because people are getting scammed to the tune of how much money are people losing?
$380 million has been reported to this is just being reported to Better Business Bureau through our scam tracker.
Since last year?
Yes. This year alone. And what you want to think about is of those online scams reported to us, almost 40% of those are fake websites. And that is one of my biggest warnings, is about going online shopping and you're at a website that is just up there solely to take your money, your credit card information, and whatever additional information you'll give.
Okay, so you broke this down for us and said that there's 3 target areas. It starts before the purchase, during the purchase, and then after the purchase, there's ways to be scammed.
Exactly.
So break those down.
All right, so while before the purchase, most often we're attracted by those incredible photos on social media. That's really what's driving us. A second piece is when we're looking for a hard to find item and we just go to our Google browser or any browser and we put in something we're searching for and we're directed not to a legitimate site. So that's it. But it begins with that emotional plea. During the purchase, we are directed to a fake website and we're going to either never get a purchase or we get counterfeit. That's always the most interesting, are the counterfeit items. Afterwards, you're going to get follow-up emails that tell, or text messages, of course, and it gives you tracking numbers. Well, the website's not real, you're not going to get the product, but the tracking number, if you click on it, whether it's your phone or your computer, it can and most often does lead to malware being released into your computer. So it's sort of like a double whammy. And during the holiday time, let me add a couple of things. Low price, because one of the things that attracts us the most is low price.
Okay.
So you need to know that if a pair of boots is really $100 and they're offering them $25, that is a big warning sign. We're also attracted to the photos. We search for price, but what we read and what we see. And now in social media, so many of the ads say, oh, if you buy this, we'll give to the rainforest. You know, we also get connected with that emotional connection as well.
And another red flag, if they tell you, you know, for whatever reason, oh, we can't use your credit card, you pay us in a different way. Nope, not going to do that.
That's a really good one. They'll tell you, and that's it. You're seeing this level of engagement scam artists are going to. So they'll say, your credit card is bounced. What we want to do is let's do PayPal, let's do Zelle, whatever. PayPal is probably your safest if you're going to do that. Please use a credit card. Years and years, I've looked at you and said, please, let's use a credit card if we're going to shop.
All right, Angie Barnett, thank you so much.
Thank you, Patrice.
And happy shopping, but do it safely. All right, meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and we've got to do some shopping for him. He has a birthday next week.
Ooh, happy birthday.
Thank you, Angie. I appreciate that. Early, that's my first one I've gotten. Actually, I got a card from Cookie, but she always sends birthday cards, so I like that. Yeah, and a big old check for all the years that I've been around. All right, so our live cam here, downtown Baltimore. Good morning to you. Check it out. Look at the sun shining on the stadiums. Of course, the Orioles, we just talked about how we actually signed Grayson Rodriguez to that 40-man roster, and Brendan Hyde finishing runner-up for Manager of the Year. Some Orioles news. Ravens, of course, back on the field, and Pro Bowl voting starts, so get your Pro Bowl votes in for all your favorite players. That game Sunday afternoon. Here's another really cool shot. Check it out. If you have a moment to take a look at your TV screen from our Towson cam. We have that sun that is peeking through some of that cloud cover right now. Overall, our temperatures have mainly hung out in the 30s, but a lot of us in the 40s, so it's actually a little bit warmer than it was yesterday. All of that rain and snow that we saw in western Maryland is pushing well up into the northeast at this time, so we've got drier conditions back behind that, and we'll see the wind pick up later today as well. So make sure the kids have the jacket and they're ready to go at the bus stop this morning. Beep, beep. They will not need the umbrella today as that rain is done, and it'll be a cool afternoon. If you do have some outdoor plans with the kids, getting back to practicing, maybe those fields a little bit soggy from the rain from yesterday. 45 by 9 a.m. for Hank the Bird. Yeah, thanks, Hank. Good morning to you. He loves the Ravens and Orioles talk because those are his feathered cousins. We're talking about numbers into the lower 50s here through the afternoon today, but some of us only in the upper 40s. Westminster, Eldersburg, up into the Hereford zone, Cockeysville at 49, White Marsh and Perry Hall right about 50 degrees. I'm 50. I'm not 50 yet. Upper 40s and lower 50s for Bel Air and Aberdeen and Perryman, up at 52 in Northeast for you in Cecil County today. If you want to get the yard cleaned up, maybe get some of that raking done, may want to hold off till tomorrow, only because we still have some wet leaves out there for today. But Thursday and Friday, definitely drier conditions will prevail. You can see that on our future scan. Overall, those clouds rolling out of here. The wind's going to pick up here and dry things out over the next couple of days. Just 8 days out until Thanksgiving and our holiday countdown. Man, I mean, these holidays are coming quickly. We've already got New Year's Day on there, which is just 46 days from right now. That, my friends, is 2023. Here's that 7-day forecast. Ravens helmet on Sunday. That game right here on Fox 45. It's going to be cold for the Ravens game. In fact, you're going to be tailgating in the morning with temps in the 20s and 30s, only getting to about 42 on Sunday afternoon. But we do see some improving numbers. 44 next Monday, and by next Tuesday, we're sliding back into the 50s, looking better and better for Thanksgiving.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
7:21, and we're getting Maryland back to work. It's time for a job of the day. The Anne Arundel County Department of Health is looking to hire a community health nurse. If you'd like some more information about this position, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
The race for Anne Arundel County Executive is so close, but despite that, there's been an interesting development. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the latest update.
And I'm at the Baltimore Museum of Art this morning. We're talking about the Great Migration. It actually tripled the size of Baltimore. And we'll talk about that. We'll feature some art, and that's coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:24, and it's So Baltimore, the Baltimore Museum of Art, exploring a pivotal time in American history with a new exhibit.
A movement in every direction. Legacies of the Great Migration, examining the incredible impact right here in Baltimore. And Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Charles Village. He's got more on that exhibit. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, everyone. I'm joined by Webster, and Webster is going to be speaking this Sunday, and also these photos will be featured. This is your grandfather's work, right?
Yeah, this is my grandfather's work.
Tell us about these wonderful photos, man. This is amazing.
So this is from it's a time period known as the Great Migration, where black folks were coming up north for opportunity and thriving, still in the face of great adversity. This actually is a photo of my grandfather in a doll hospital. So this is the guy who would fix up and refurbish different dolls. He had another side of the house where he would fix up the Tonka truck type toys and those type of things. And you see like an image over here with the cobblers. Says, you know, you didn't toss the shoes, you just got them resold. You throw a new heel on them. And you see an image like this one over here, with this woman who's actually playing a bass. And if you look closely, you see the stick at the bottom that will reverberate. And she's just pulling that one string that'll give you those nice bass tones. And actually this image here is a big part of our project, is identifying a lot of the unknown people and places in the images. This is the image that we're not quite sure exactly where it is. So this is the kind of image we would show the elders and see if anyone recognized where we were.
That last image is the famous one, right?
Yeah, you might recognize this one. This is Billie Holiday, and that's actually Pennsylvania Avenue right there.
And so this Sunday, guys, you know, there'll be a full discussion, a panel. Webster's going to be one of the speakers, not only talking about the specific pictures, but talking about the whole movement from 1915 to 1970, the Great Migration. Basically, in Baltimore, like tripled the population. So, I mean, Baltimore is always obviously a historic place, but this is just going to be a great opportunity to learn more about this great city.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, Mark, thank you, and can't wait to hear more throughout the morning. If you want some information about the exhibit and getting down there, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We'll see a mix of clouds and sun just ahead. How high those temperatures are expected to climb.
Another gun has been found inside city schools. Coming up, we're taking a look at this alarming trend and what should be done about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning, 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're talking, in fact, we're going to be deep frying something today.
Would that something be a turkey?
It will be, and there was controversy because the lawyers and management were like, no. But we were like, come on. So we're going to do it.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. So no rain this morning, so we can safely do this outside.
That's a great point, Patrice. Tom, good morning to both of you. And during the break on our 7:30 stretch, we played Heat Wave. So we're trying to think warmer thoughts because it's going to be cold. Now, today, we're actually going to see numbers that will be in the lower 50s, so a bit warmer than where we were yesterday as we take a look outside with that sun that is out there, moisture still kind of hanging around. But yeah, no rain is in sight for us in terms of our forecast, not only today, but actually for the next couple of days. We're in the upper 30s now, Westminster, Bel Air, and Cockeysville, 41 in Baltimore City out toward Chestertown and across the bay into Stevensville as well. Your rise and shine cast looks like this. Low to mid and upper 40s over the next few hours. You can see by 10 a.m. we're almost at 50 degrees. So we only hit the upper 40s and lower 40s for a lot of us yesterday. So we'll see these numbers this afternoon a little bit closer to average. But coming up in a few minutes, I have that big cool down right as we head toward this upcoming weekend and kind of a glance ahead at the Turkey Day forecast for next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 7:31 now, turning now to a city in crisis in the classroom. Another gun has been found inside Baltimore City Public School.
This time from an elementary middle school. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the latest incident that could be part of a trend within city schools. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a pattern, Patrice, that we just continue to see. We are just 3 months into the school year and already 7 guns have been seized from students on city school grounds. In fact, let's get you straight to a picture of this most recent gun that was recovered. This is a loaded handgun, and according to a police source, a student brought this into North Bend Elementary Middle School in Baltimore City yesterday morning. Now, that student has been taken into custody, but this is the second gun to be brought into a city school in just a matter of days. Take a look. This past Friday, a student brought this gun into Mervo High School. It comes after a record 15 guns were seized from students last school year.
But there needs to be a real consequence that's known, that young people are aware of, a direct consequence, not what could happen with the gun or the danger involving the gun, but what happens if you get caught bringing a gun to school, that something serious is going to happen. And I don't think that's the perception. And I think until it is, we're going to continue to see this.
So as you just heard, former Baltimore Police Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson believes consequences, Tom and Patrice, are absolutely crucial in stopping something from happening.
Well, Shannon, there's been a push by the city schools FOP for police inside the schools to be able to carry firearms. Did Johnson talk about that?
Yeah, in fact, he did, Patrice. He is on the exact same page as the FOP president, Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, in thinking that police should be allowed to carry firearms inside city schools. In fact, he thinks it's really only a matter of time before a student brings a loaded gun with ill intent and police are powerless to stop what unfolds. But of course, we know nothing can happen or change until our lawmakers act in Annapolis. Reporting live from City Police Headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:33 and turning now to a city in crisis. An arrest has been made in the shooting death of a 13-year-old girl in southeast Baltimore. Police say they've arrested this man, 35-year-old Tavon Battle. He is accused of opening fire by Douglas Homes on November 7th. 13-year-old Kelsey Washington was hit by a bullet and rushed to the hospital. Police confirmed she passed away this past Monday. Battle is charged with murder, and police say the investigation is open and ongoing.
No word of a suspect this morning in a deadly shooting that happened right near Lakewood Elementary in Broadway East. Police were called to Hoffman Street just before 2:30 yesterday afternoon. The victim was taken to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. Now, students at nearby Fort Worthington Elementary were kept inside at dismissal time as police were responding to this shooting.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we're learning more about the East Baltimore sinkhole that swallowed several homes back in July. The city finally got back to residents, but it is not the news they were hoping to hear. The city's law department claims there was no notice of any issues prior to the incident, meaning the city could avoid paying for losses since they didn't have prior knowledge of any warning signs. Some furious residents say they were left hanging out to dry.
They didn't even give me a call and say, well, hey, Mr. Bell, are you living somewhere, or do you have somewhere to stay? They abandoned.
45 News sent questions to the Department of Public Works asking if it is the city's responsibility to monitor aging infrastructure. We are still waiting to hear back. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. New developments overnight in the race for Anne Arundel County Executive.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning right now with the latest on this very tight race, at least right now, Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. It is still really close. Incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman has taken the lead over Republican Jessica Hare by less than 200 votes, though, so this is really close. But late last night, Pittman tweeted that Hare called him and conceded the race, and Pittman will hold a campaign update at 9 this morning. Despite Hare conceding, though, there's still tens of thousands of ballots that need to be counted. The mail-ins, though, so far have heavily favored the incumbent.
The longer it takes to count ballots, the more crazy conspiracy theory stuff happens, and you place more distrust in elections. And you're seeing that right now. Democrats mail in their votes now, and Republicans had some of these early leads, and all of a sudden these leads are going away.
That was political analyst John Deedy, who says the sooner they count, the more trust there is in the system. The Anne Arundel County Board of Elections is waiting on approximately 50,000 mail-in ballots to be counted before a winner can be decided. So far, just over half of those ballots have been counted. And then on Saturday, an equipment issue was reported with two of the scanning machines. More ballots were canvassed to make up for that lost time. But Pittman says that he looks forward to the next 4 years, and Fox 45 News will be at his meeting later this morning. You can watch it on our website at foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Former President Donald Trump is hoping to earn his spot back to the White House. Still ahead this hour, his new campaign to run for president once again.
Big day in court for the man accused of shooting and killing 3 UVA players and injuring 2 others. What is expected to come out of today's hearing and what the coach is saying about the rest of the season.
It was a cold and rainy Tuesday, but our weather team expects the clouds to clear out today and for the sun to stick around. Look at that pretty sunrise there. Your Weather Authority forecast coming up in just minutes. 7:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:40, and we have some new details coming into our newsroom right now surrounding the tragic shooting and the deaths of 3 University of Virginia students and injuries to 2 others.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what is expected to happen today. Megan.
Yeah, so we're just getting word here, guys. The alleged shooter that you see here behind me, this is Christopher Jones Jr. He is expected to be arraigned in court now today after things got postponed yesterday for further documentation. We know he is facing 3 counts of second-degree murder and also for using a handgun in the commission of a felony. According to police, he joined his classmates on a field trip to see a play in D.C. It was when they arrived back on campus. That's when police say witnesses claim Jones yelled, "You guys are always messing with me," before firing his first shot. Again, 3 people were killed. The victims now identified as Devin Chandler, Lavelle Davis Jr., and Deshaun Perry. All 3 were on the UVA football team, which Jones was also a part of in 2018. 2 others were also injured. Their identities not yet being released. Their coach now speaking out, saying this.
You know, I think it's important that we all grieve. I mean, these are outstanding young men that we don't understand why they're gone so early. And I think it's honorable that we grieve these young men. But also, too, we have to keep it in perspective and make sure that we take this pain that we're feeling and try to find a way to turn it into passion and motivation to go forward one day at a time.
Well, that community now grieves. We look to the courtroom to see how this plays out. Again, he is expected for his initial court appearance here today. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Balance of power in Congress remains up for grabs. In your 2022 election coverage, the latest updates on the Republicans as they inch closer to majority in the House.
Political shock waves rippling from Mar-a-Lago. The campaign plans now for former President Donald Trump. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.45 and in your election 2022 coverage, taking a live look now at the Congress at the Capitol this morning. As balance of power is still up in the air. Democrats have already clinched the majority in the Senate. Republicans continue to inch closer to a majority in the House.
GOP leader Kevin McCarthy has been chosen as Republicans' leading nominee to be the next Speaker of the House. Only 188 Republicans voted for him, but he needs 218 votes to actually win the Speaker's gavel in January when the new Congress begins.
McConnell is longest-serving GOP leader and will be the first real opponent in years.
It is official. Former President Trump is running for president.
Former president addressing a crowd from Mar-a-Lago on his third White House bid.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar was in the room for that speech and has more from Palm Beach, Florida.
In a room full of supporters and members of his inner circle, former President Trump launching his presidential campaign, speaking for about an hour, focusing on his objective to return the country to what it was before he left office. And though it's a new campaign, a new election cycle, Trump using many of the same messages we've heard from him before.
America's comeback starts right now.
Former President Trump once again a presidential candidate, using his kickoff speech to focus on the economy, foreign policy, immigration, and calling his time out of office the pause. Clearly eager to get back in the political ring, mainly pointing his criticisms at President Joe Biden. No coincidence, as Trump was speaking, Biden's non-White House Twitter account posted, "Donald Trump failed America." It's not a given that Trump will be the GOP nominee in 2024. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former Vice President Mike Pence, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, just to name a few, also expected to run. Trump did not name them, but went as far as to say this.
This is not a task for a politician or a conventional candidate. This is a task for a great movement.
Trump also seeming to tiptoe around the tough questions Republicans are facing about their party's future following the midterms. He touted their projected takeover of the House and predicted more voters will turn out for his party in 2024. One of the few Republicans Trump named specifically during the speech was Republican Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker. Trump encouraged people to turn up and vote for him in the December 6th runoff. But keep in mind, there were some who were urging Trump to delay this campaign announcement, fearing that it would hurt Herschel Walker's chances and repeat the same defeat that Republicans saw in that state in 2020. In Palm Beach, Florida, I'm Atra Al-Nashar.
Former President Trump was supposed to sit for a deposition Monday involving the January 6th Capitol riot, but he was a no-show. Now the committee investigating the riot is weighing its next steps. The chairman and vice chair of the committee, Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney, say in a statement that Trump is, quote, hiding from the investigation. He filed a lawsuit to block the subpoena, which would have required him to hand over any communications he may have had with extremist groups that day or throughout the hearings. Thompson tells NBC News voting Trump in contempt of Congress, quote, could be an option. Well, at 7:48 now, we want to get another check of our forecast for the day.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the warmer day before it really starts getting colder.
Yeah, we've got a cool down on the way, guys. I mean, we're going to continue to stay below average. Today is National Fast Food Day. So if you enjoy your favorite fast foods, you're trying to like maybe take a break, and you got Thanksgiving around the corner, just have it today. It's a holiday. You're allowed to. Our live cam here in downtown Baltimore is still showing that sun that is mixing in with the cloud cover. As we continue over the next few hours, we'll see more of that sunshine as this area of low pressure that brought us the rain and the snow to western Maryland continues to move up into the north and to the east at this time. So we'll see those clouds over the next hour or two with temperatures in the lower 40s if you're heading out to Penn Station. Right around midday today, we'll see those highs get into the lower 50s and eventually keep those 50s going into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. But again, those numbers still below average. This will be the warmest day as numbers will go down heading into the weekend. Right about a high of 52. Typically 58 is where we are for November 16th, and it will be a bit breezy later this afternoon. So even though our temps will be in the lower 50s, going to feel a bit colder than that. Here's that temperature trend we were talking about. So after today, we've got at least 4 or 5 days in a row with temperatures in the 40s. And Jasmine and I were talking backstage here. Sunday, some of the weather models want to keep us only in the upper 30s. Good news is we're staying dry as we head into the weekend. But next week, there is some improvement heading toward Thanksgiving week with numbers getting back up to more tolerable levels. All right, here's a look at our future scan. As we get into the afternoon, we'll see a few clouds here and there. Taking you into the later part of the rest of the week, overall staying dry. May get some upslope snow showers as another frontal boundary moves in on Friday afternoon into Friday evening, mainly again for the mountain locations, but not tracking that here at home as we stay dry into this upcoming weekend. Shout out to Carolyn in Annapolis. Sent us this picture of Simon the goat. Still love getting your holiday pet pics as we continue in our holidays. So any kind of great pet pics you got, it doesn't matter what it is, Simon the goat or your cat or dog or ferret or whatever you got at home. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Dun, dun, dun. It's the 10-day forecast right here. Yeah, and the reason why I'm putting this up early, because look at that. We got Turkey Day, and that's Terrence the turkey doing his little jig there, dancing about. And the good news is, after we get through this cold weekend, our numbers come back up. We'll see the low to mid 50s, and overall staying dry. That chance for rain really comes Thursday night into Black Friday.
Orioles making major roster moves early in the offseason. Who they added and why it was smart for the ball club to add these minor leaguers right now.
This year's Turkey Day could come with a side of sports betting. How people are reacting now that the 2-year wait is finally over.
Oh, one thing we can bet on this morning if it's for coffee, we need it for us to wake up.
You haven't had any?
No.
I see. It is time for a coffee break.
All right, well, we can gamble and get our bet on and get our sip on, too. 7:54 Major League Baseball Managers of the Year have been announced. Former Oriole Buck Showalter got the National League honor. Cleveland Guardians' Terry Francona won the American League. Now the O's' Brandon Hyde was the runner-up. Major roster news, too, for the Orioles. They've added Grayson Rodriguez and 4 other minor leaguers to their 40-man roster. Now, Rodriguez is the top remaining prospect on the farm. Now, 5 players are now protected from other teams picking them up in the upcoming Rule 5 draft. You can see the other players right on our website, foxbaltimore.com/sports.
Thanksgiving is only 8 days away, and this year's turkey could come with a side of sports betting. After a 2-year process, mobile sports gambling is now likely to be up and running in time for Turkey Day. Today, a state commission is expected to award 10 licenses for mobile sports betting.
Happy that they are not delaying it anymore, and we're actually going to get something going for the football games on Thanksgiving. Maryland has had the longest amount of time between the sports betting bill being signed into law to when citizens will be able to place a bet on their phone. No other state has been as slow as Maryland.
The state says it's received a total of 21 applications from groups looking to get in on mobile sports betting.
Ravens are just past the midway point of their season, coming off a bye week. This year's Pro Bowl voting now underway. You can vote at NFL.com and up to 6 times for each position. Now, voting closes December 18th. And, of course, you can watch the Ravens this Sunday afternoon right here on Fox 45. Remember, Ravens will be taking on the Panthers, too, at home, kickoff 1 o'clock. So stay right here with Fox 45.
It was a wet and chilly morning, but we're expecting to see the sun with temperatures reaching the 50s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your forecast coming up.
New images released from the murder of Timothy Reynolds. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a look at those photos, plus find out why both sides are seeing it differently. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, November 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see how it's feeling out there. We've been talking all morning. I never told you yesterday, I'm sure you saw it too, the freezing rain that fell yesterday. That was not nice.
Definitely in parts of Carroll County.
Yeah.
We did see that, ladies. Good morning to both of you. And we got snow in western Maryland. So we definitely had that cold air that was in place. Even if you got that rain, it was not fun to be outside because it was a cold rain. But the good news, the sun is back. Rain is over. Looking out at M&T Bank Stadium, Ravens back in town this Sunday for game day. It's going to be cold on game day. There's no doubt about that. But for today, the sun returns. Breezy and cool afternoon on the way, and then colder temperatures as we head into the weekend. So the next few hours on your out and about cast, mid to upper 40s and even some lower 50s. Today will actually be one of the warmest days over the next 4 or 5 as those numbers will continue to drop. But even upper 40s for you. Westminster and Eldersburg over to the Hereford zone. Perry Hall and White Marsh right about 50. Down into Baltimore City and Canton and Fells, you'll see those lower 50s this afternoon. We're back with that full forecast for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now. How's it looking on the roads, Meg?
You know, not terrible, not great. We've seen worse, but we've had some slowdowns out there this morning, and this is kind of indicative of that right there. A live look at Towson and Loch Raven Boulevard. It's the volume that we're seeing out there, moving a little slower than normal, but no major incidents to report here at this hour.
8:01 now. We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Right now, the fate of one Baltimore teen lies in the hands of the court system.
The 15-year-old Squeegee kid charged with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds will be back in court tomorrow.
His defense is prepared to take a plea deal, but the family of Reynolds is fighting that.
We have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes here, Shannon Lilly will join us from Baltimore Police Headquarters, and she's going to look into Maryland's juvenile justice system and whether young people receive rehabilitation services.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is joining us live from downtown Baltimore with the new surveillance pictures of the altercation that led to Reynolds' death. Olivia.
Megan and Patrice, Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets back in July. And yesterday, pictures from security footage were released to the public showing the moments leading up to the incident. But both sides are seeing what happened very differently. The images that you're looking at right now were released by the prosecution's latest court filing, pushing back on portions of the defense's narrative, especially outlining Reynolds' blood alcohol level. Dhruv Vignaraja, who is representing the Reynolds family, says his blood alcohol level was 0.03, not 0.10.
The defense team has been suggesting that Mr. Reynolds was not in a position to drive. It's just false. It's irresponsible. An autopsy was performed.
Vignaraja says Reynolds did swing a bat at the Squeegee kids, but disputes the defense's claims that he hit anyone. The suspect, who was only 14 years old at the time, can be seen walking to the curb, grabbing a backpack with a gun, and walking back towards where Reynolds was walking. Police say Reynolds was shot 5 times.
As the victim is walking away, one of the Squeegee workers starts throwing rocks at the victim. The defendant, who is the furthest away from the victim, can be seen in the video footage shooting the victim as the victim is turning away.
The images come after the state's attorney's office offered a plea deal to the now 15-year-old Squeegee kid accused of killing Reynolds. The deal includes the suspect pleading guilty to manslaughter and being sent to a juvenile center.
I was blindsided Friday when I spoke and I heard that the state, and it's Mosby, offering a plea deal to Tavon Scott, who shot my husband point blank 5 times while he was walking away. She never contacted the family this whole time, and she's supposed to do that. It's protocol.
State's Attorney Mosby claims that the Reynolds family was kept in the loop, but didn't answer Fox 45 News when we asked about that. And everyone will be back in court tomorrow morning, where a judge will either accept or reject that plea deal. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby calling the shooting unacceptable, but again, she stands by the recommendation to move the case to the juvenile court system. She also offered condolences to the family of Reynolds.
We want to know what you think. Should Marilyn Mosby recuse herself from the case of Timothy Reynolds' killing? 96% of those who have voted say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
If this case is transferred to the juvenile court, defense attorneys say that the system will provide the treatment the teen critically needs. However, recent audits are suggesting a much different story. In fact, we have Shannon Lilly continuing our team coverage this morning. She's looking into that audit and what it's saying about the juvenile justice system. Shannon.
Yeah, we are talking about a scathing audit, Megan, of Maryland's juvenile justice facilities that shows those facilities are both understaffed and overpopulated. And on top of that, that audit is also showing that these programs that are supposed to be improving teens' mental health really just aren't at this point. In fact, take a look at this statement from these auditors. They say, quote, detention centers lack specialized resources and the particular professional clinical expertise and clinical staffing levels necessary to address the needs of this population. Well, Kenji Scott formerly chaired Maryland's Juvenile Justice Coalition, and he says the state has long ignored programs aimed at improving the mental health of violent teens. And he believes until the state gets serious about improving teens' mental health, the level of violence will just keep growing.
What the state of Maryland, the Department of Juvenile Services, has historically done was send kids as far as New Mexico, Wyoming, because we lack the capacity in the state of Maryland to provide these services for the young people who need them the most. And we're paying the penalty right now. We're not only seeing our kids commit crimes, but we're also burying our kids as well.
But despite those problems, Scott still believes the juvenile justice system is better suited for many of these violent teens to help them, even if it means sending them to other states. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. For the 7th time this year, a firearm is found on a student in a Baltimore City school. Just ahead, what's being done to ensure students are safe in the classroom?
Poland is claiming a Russian missile struck inside its border. The next move for NATO military leaders scrambling to avoid escalation.
And our temperatures right now in the 30s and 40s as you step outside, but we get more sun today, even though the wind stays with us. Going to break down that forecast and look ahead to Thanksgiving. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us, won't you? 8:09 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Looking out from our live window here, and lots of sun that is trying to get through that cloud cover. Good news is no rain today. However, that wind is going to pick up this afternoon. So even though our temperatures will be in the lower 50s, going to feel a little bit colder than that with those wind chills that we'll deal with this afternoon. In a few minutes, we're back with your full forecast over on that big green wall, and we'll talk about what we can expect as we head into Ravens home game weather. You're going to need to bundle up. I'm telling you that right now. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Right now, world leaders are on high alert after a missile kills at least 2 people in Poland, right near the Ukraine border.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with what we're learning at this hour and who might have done this. Tom.
Yeah, you're looking at the video right here, what has been displayed. This is the scene of the attack. First thoughts were this was a Russian-made missile. Just minutes ago, though, Poland's president saying it appears to be an unfortunate accident, not an intentional attack. In fact, the NATO chief and the Polish president said that their neighbor Ukraine likely launched the Soviet-era projectile as it was fending off Russian air assaults that destroyed their power grids. President Biden now on his way back to D.C., but just hours ago, before leaving the G20 summit in Indonesia, he and other NATO leaders were discussing the possible strike during a roundtable meeting. The president tweeting this photo of that meeting with the president of France and prime ministers of Canada and United Kingdom there. Well, that's the latest from our live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. The man accused of shooting members of the UVA football team is expected in court this morning. Just ahead, the new details we're learning about what led up to that deadly encounter. It is 8:11, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We, the school police, BPD, can continue to seize and make record amounts of gun arrests, but it's also about what happens on the backside.
Mayor Brandon Scott reacting to the 7th gun this school year being seized from a student on Baltimore City School property, this time at North Bend Elementary Middle School, according to a police source. Lifelong city resident and Baltimore Pastor P.M. Smith joining us live to weigh in on the safety of our classrooms. Pastor Smith, good morning, first of all.
Good morning.
I think the question is not only where are these kids getting the guns, but why? Why do they feel that they need them?
Miss Megan, the city is in crisis. Everybody with good sense has caution and is fearful. These kids have no authority. The police have sat down. They're handcuffed. The city has become a jungle. You're on your own, so you do what you can to protect yourself. The young person, 14 years old, had a 9mm, not a Saturday night special. He may be suspended, he may be expelled, but there were no consequences. He was processed, he was released, and he slept in his bed last night. It's a combination of things, and our office holders are in no way addressing them.
Pastor Smith, as a pastor here in our city, people often come to you for guidance to how to know how to navigate. Have you heard from young kids who are scared? What are they saying to you? What do they need help with?
They are afraid. There's nobody to protect them if they catch the bus, if they catch the subway. The young lady, the most recent death was a 13-year-old baby, all right? Doing nothing, standing in front of a grocery store. The first victim, homicide victim in 2020 was a 16-year-old young man. The most recent one, number 297, a 13-year-old young lady, and they have a reason to be afraid. They're afraid. They're trying to protect themselves. Their parents can't protect them. There's no authority that the parents can have. The parents go to work. They have to go to school. They have to get there the best way they can. Just realize, in 90 days, 7 weapons in public schools. Last year, in the whole school year, there were 15. In the first 90 days, 7 weapons. We're in trouble. The kids are afraid. There are no consequences for, I understand their fear, but there's no consequences for the carrying of those weapons, whether it's on the street, whether it's on the subway, whether it's in school.
Pastor Smith, I want to talk about the protection and the fear there. Former BPD Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson has come out saying that he believes Baltimore City Schools police should be allowed to carry their gun inside school buildings. What are your thoughts on that end? Absolutely.
It makes no sense to have the ability to carry a weapon and you don't have it, especially when the proliferation of weapons being brought to school are there. These police officers need to be able to respond immediately. They don't need to run to the principal's office and go into a vault and pull out their weapon. They need to be there. Remember what happened at Mervo. If it had occurred 20 minutes earlier, the police would not have been able to track the young man down, to give assistance to the young man that was hurt, or to arrest the young man who perpetrated. Absolutely. I think Baltimore is one of the few jurisdictions where police officers cannot carry their weapons. They're there to serve and protect, and we should permit them to do so.
And any decision to change that would have to come from Annapolis. Pastor Smith, thanks for weighing in on this. It's heartbreaking when you look at the ages of
Can I say
kids.
one other thing about the people in Annapolis and the policymakers?
Okay.
MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. They're not trying to shut down liquor stores. They're trying to get at people who drive drunk. If we are going to solve this problem, forget about the gun makers. Go after people who purchase guns, possess guns, and pull triggers. That's how you solve that problem. You address it. Consequences that change decisions and behaviors. Somebody got to be a grown-up, and our office holders are not.
All right. Pastor Smith, thank you.
Thank you.
8:18, time to get another check of our forecast.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, Megan. And good morning, all of you. Appreciate being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning as we look out over our fair city. And we are seeing our live cam right now with some clouds that are kind of hanging around, but some more blue sky. Definitely more sun today than we saw pretty much at any time yesterday. And those clouds were definitely around and the rain that rolled in. Now, 42, your current temperature. We only got into the lower 40s yesterday, so already on our way to warmer numbers for the afternoon for today, even though we have to deal with some of that wind that's going to stay with us. Here's our HD radar and that system that brought all the rain and the snow to western Maryland moving on out of here. Yeah, some of you did see some freezing rain yesterday. So golfers hitting the links today. Next hour in the mid-40s, probably a little squishy out there in the fairways and greens, but it'll dry out nicely, and still a lot of leaves out there as well on the ground, so makes it tougher to find those balls. Probably at least a 1 and maybe a 2 club win by later this afternoon. High temps in the upper 40s across Baltimore and Carroll counties, right about 50 in Perry Hall and White Marsh today. Same number for you there in Dundalk. Numbers around the area and out toward the eastern shore in the low to mid 50s for Denton and Centerville, over to Chestertown, right about 53 in Rock Hall. So that's where we're actually seeing some of the warmest numbers. If you do want to get the car cleaned up, your car wash cast, a yellow light today, only because still have some of the wet roads to get through. But Thursday and Friday, drier conditions, drying out nicely right as we approach the weekend. Here's that future scan. Again, staying dry today, those clouds rolling out of here. Now, as we head into tomorrow and Friday, you'll see a mix of clouds and sun. But overall, we're not tracking any precip. May see a little upslope snow showers here as we get into late Friday and early Saturday. You see that blue kind of right there. Some of the models want to paint those along the PA and Maryland line, but right now it's a little bit overdone at this time. Shout out to Violet Herrera, Louie, Kimora, Milo, Billy. Look at those dogs, and they are big Lamar Jackson and Ravens fans. All of the doggies are dressed up and ready for game day. Of course, that game you can watch right here on Fox 45. I don't think they let you bring dogs to M&T Bank Stadium, so all these dogs will be watching us this weekend for your Ravens game, 1 o'clock on Sunday. And it's going to be cold on Sunday, too. So here's a look at that 10-day forecast. 52 today, 47 tomorrow, mid-40s on Friday, and then we'll see those lower 40s for the Ravens game Sunday. But the good news is by the time we get to next week, those numbers are going to steadily climb. In fact, I've got Turkey Day on there. It's why I have the 10-day forecast up now to show you that numbers will be in the mid-50s, and we do stay at this time mainly dry. Back to you.
All right, let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And we're seeing some road construction on 95 South near the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The right lane is closed now, so because of that, traffic is beginning to build up. So give yourself some time in that direction. Thanksgiving is the peak day for home cooking fires. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the safe way that you should deep fry your Thanksgiving turkey.
And we're at the Baltimore Museum of Art this morning, focusing on an exhibit that focuses on the Great Migration. We'll talk about that coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It's So Baltimore. The Baltimore Museum of Art is examining the impact of the Great Migration right here in Baltimore.
In a new exhibit, A Movement in Every Direction, Legacies of the Great Migration. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Charles Village with more on this. Hi, Mark.
Hey guys, so I'm with the curator of this amazing exhibit. Jessica's here. Jessica, tell us about this exquisite exhibit.
This exhibition is called A Movement in Every Direction, Legacies of the Great Migration, and it brings together 12 contemporary artists who have family ties to the South and who have connections and family migration stories in their own sort of histories. And so for the past 2 years, they've been thinking deeply about how to tell their family stories through new commissions, new works of art that the BMA has brought to life with the Mississippi Museum of Art in Jackson, Mississippi.
I love this exhibit. I love this because, again, Baltimore is really impacted by the Great Migration. I saw where it like tripled from like between 1915 and 1970. But again, these stories, these beautiful pieces of art, but also a lot of them include, like you say, the stories of either the artists or just in general the migration, right?
Absolutely. We're standing in the installation of Akia Briand. Her work is called An Ode to You All, and it brings together 6 jacquard textiles that she has hand embellished and hand embroidered. The images that you see digitally collaged and printed on these textiles are actually from a trove of photographs that she found while doing research in her sort of family homeland of Columbus, Mississippi.
Wow.
So these photographs feature the Phelps sisters, her great-grandmother and 2 great-aunts who stayed behind in Columbus so that the men in the family could migrate north. So
Wow.
Akia pays tribute to her family through these works.
And again, if we had more time, guys, to see this amazing, all the amazing displays, it's amazing. And again, Baltimore impacted by migration like the rest of America. So if you got time, you got to come check this out. It's amazing.
It's a lot to learn.
All right, Mark, thank you. And if you do want the information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Sunshine is back for now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long this warm-up will last.
The race for Anne Arundel County Executive is so close, but despite that, there's been an interesting development. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the latest update. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Wednesday, November 16th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and today is the warmest of the next, I don't know, like 20?
I did a miniature Superman walk that meteorologist Justin Chambers does, and it felt pretty nice out there. It wasn't that frigid cold like we had the other days.
Right, or what we'll have this upcoming Monday. In fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers has the forecast for us.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, guys, is today will be in the lower 50s. It already is a little bit warmer than it was yesterday morning, but then starting tomorrow and all the way into the weekend, we've got a big cold snap coming. The good news is we actually have some relief as early as next Tuesday, so it's not going to be around for Tom's 27 days or whatever he said, but I know it's going to feel like that. On your yard and gardening cast, if you do want to get the leaves raked up, probably still a little wet from the rain we had yesterday, but check out those numbers into the lower 50s into that 1 and 2 o'clock hour. With the wind, it's still going to feel pretty cold. So we're topping out at 52. We'll drop to the 30s tonight, and then tomorrow only in the mid to upper 40s. So our weather authority team continuing to fine-tune this forecast for you and let you know exactly what you can expect. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax coming up in a few minutes talking about these cooler temperatures and the Ravens game Sunday weather. I think you're going to want to pay attention to that. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And a crash on the JFX just being cleared up. It was southbound right near Cold Spring Lane, so the cameras in the area showing no more delays there for that one. There is a disabled, though, in Fort McHenry Tunnel, and that's causing some backups for miles if you're heading through the Fort McHenry. That's where you're going to, you're tapping your brakes about 2 miles before you even get there. 8:31, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Another gun has been found inside a Baltimore City public school.
This time from an elementary middle school. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the latest incident that could be part of an alarming trend within city schools. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a pattern, Megan, that we just continue to see. In fact, we are just 3 months into the school year, and already 7 guns have been seized from students on city school grounds. So let's get you straight to a picture of this handgun that was recovered. This is a loaded gun. According to a police source, a student brought this into North Bend Elementary Middle School in Baltimore City yesterday morning. That student has been taken into custody. But this is the second gun to be brought into a city school in just a matter of days. Take a look. This past Friday, a student brought this gun into Mervo High School. It comes after a record 15 guns were seized from students last school year.
But there needs to be a real consequence that's known, that young people are aware of, a direct consequence, not what could happen with the gun or the danger involving the gun, but what happens if you get caught bringing a gun to school, that something serious is going to happen. And I don't think that's the perception. And I think until it is, we're going to continue to see this.
So as you just heard, former BPD Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson believes that consequences, Megan, are crucial in putting a stop to this.
And something we just spoke to Pastor Smith about is that recent push by city schools FOP for police to be allowed to carry firearms while inside city schools. What are you hearing on that end?
Well, Johnson is completely in agreement with that, Megan. He is on the same page as also the FOP president, Clyde Boatwright, who thinks that as well, that police should be allowed to carry guns in city schools. And he thinks it's only a matter of time before we see a student bring a loaded gun, or anyone bring a loaded gun to the school with ill intent, and police are powerless to do anything about it. Of course, we know there can't be any change, though, until lawmakers act in Annapolis. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Turning now to a city in crisis. An arrest has been made in the shooting death of a 13-year-old girl in southeast Baltimore. Police say they have arrested a 35-year-old man named Tavon Battle. That's his face right there. He's accused of opening fire by Douglas homes on November 7th. 13-year-old Kelsey Washington was hit by a bullet and rushed to the hospital. Police confirmed that she passed away this past Monday. Battle is charged with murder, and police say the investigation is open and ongoing.
No word of a suspect this morning, though, in a deadly shooting that happened right near Lakewood Elementary in Broadway East. Police were called to Hoffman Street just before 2:30 yesterday afternoon, and the victim was taken to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. Now, students at a nearby Fort Worthington Elementary were kept inside their building at dismissal time as police were responding to this shooting.
Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. New developing overnight in the race for Anne Arundel County Executive.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the latest on this extremely close race, at least for now. Olivia?
Yeah, Megan and Tom, incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman has taken the lead over Republican Jessica Hare by less than 200 votes. So this is really close. But late last night, Pittman tweeted that Hare called him and conceded the race. And he will be holding a campaign update in about 30 minutes at 9 this morning. Despite Hare conceding, though, there are still tens of thousands of ballots that need to be counted. So far, though, the mail-ins have heavily favored the incumbent.
The longer it takes to count ballots, the more crazy conspiracy theory stuff happens, and you place more distrust in elections. And you're seeing that right now. Democrats mail in their votes now, and Republicans had some of these early leads, and all of a sudden these leads are going away.
That was political analyst John Deedy, who says the sooner they count, the more trust there is in the system. The Anne Arundel County Board of Elections is waiting on approximately 50,000 mail-in ballots to be counted before a winner can be decided. So far, just over half of those ballots have been counted. And on Saturday, an equipment issue was reported with two of the scanning machines. More ballots were canvassed to make up for that lost time. But Pittman says he's looking forward to another 4 years. And you can also watch his meeting on our website at foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. Families at odds over what caused the shooting death of Timothy Reynolds. The new surveillance images now coming to light.
Mix of clouds and sun today. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, though, will let us know what to expect for the rest of the week, plus how your Ravens forecast this Sunday will look. 8:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Good morning and happy Wednesday. It's been a past couple of days, but today we're actually on an upward trend. Temperatures will be around 8 degrees warmer, 52 for the high temperature. Enjoy it because after today, we're back on that downward trend. In fact, temperatures go from 52 today to the low 40s, a 10-degree drop by Sunday. So if you are heading to the Ravens game, you will definitely need the layers. Around kickoff, we're talking temperatures 39 degrees. Then we rise to about 41, 42. Around halftime, we'll have plenty of sunshine, but it's going to be super breezy. In fact, the National Weather Service is keeping the wind chill only reaching 30 degrees. So again, the hat, the coat, the gloves, you are going to want all of those things if you plan on heading to the game, which of course you can watch right here on Fox 45. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. We have some new details coming into our newsroom right now surrounding the tragic shooting deaths of 3 University of Virginia students. The alleged shooter that you see behind me here, Christopher Jones Jr., is expected to be arraigned in court today after things got postponed yesterday for further documentation. We know that he is facing 3 counts of second-degree murder and using a handgun in the commission of a felony. According to police, he joined his classmates on a field trip to see a play in D.C. When they arrived back on campus, that is when police say witnesses claim Jones yelled, quote, "You guys are always messing with me," before firing his first shot. Again, 3 people were killed. Those victims now identified as Devin Chandler, Lavelle Davis Jr., and Deshaun Perry. All 3 were on the UVA football team, which Jones was part of in 2018. 2 others were injured, their identities not yet being released. Their coach saying this.
You know, I think it's important that we all grieve. I mean, these are outstanding young men that we don't understand why they're gone so early. And I think it's honorable that we grieve these young men. But also, too, we have to keep it in perspective and make sure that we take this pain that we're feeling and try to find a way to turn it into passion and motivation to go forward one day at a time.
Wow, that community mourns. Again, Jones due in court today for his initial court appearance. That's the latest from our live center.
Inflation has hit the Thanksgiving turkey dinner. Just ahead, how much more your Thanksgiving dinner is going to cost you this year? And it is the season of giving, but buying gifts can be expensive nowadays. The steps that you can follow to stop impulse buying and actually stick to your budget? 8:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:44, and spending time with your family and friends on Thanksgiving remains the top of minds for many this holiday. But the cost of the meal is just as important for some. American Farm Bureau's 37th annual survey shows Thanksgiving dinner costs up to 20% more from last year's average. Centerpiece on the most Thanksgiving tables, the turkey cost more than last year at about $30 for a 16-pound bird. Cost for Thanksgiving meals most affordable in the South, followed by the Northeast. Holidays are a special time for many, but this year, with the loom of inflation causing prices to rise, spending money on gifts can be a little daunting. In fact, joining us this morning, financial advisor with UBS Wealth Management USA, Dale Horn, sharing some tips on how to spend wisely this season. Good morning, Dale.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, sure. Always great to have you in here because you just keep it simple, but and help us try to stick to these plans. So we always talk about budgets and creating a shopping plan. Can you explain what is the shopping plan?
I think you really hit the nail on the head with this because it's really important to plan ahead. Ultimately, what we want to avoid is sort of the credit card blues we could get in January if we overspend in December. So plan ahead, create a specific budget as to what you're going to spend for gifts, and stick to it.
Now, when we have a list for the shopping, we have to start kind of almost, you really do need to put a dollar sign next to certain people and maybe less dollar amounts on other people. I mean, that wise to do?
I think so. I think it's really important when you look at the holiday season to say it's not necessarily what you're spending, how much the gifts are, but kind of come back to the, sort of the old sense of what holidays are all about. Family getting together, taking care of loved ones, and money doesn't always equate with the real value behind the gift. So I think it's important to kind of get away from that and say, look, it's okay to have a more modest budget and look for something more meaningful.
What are some of the things, though, if we actually walk into a brick or mortar store that we should eliminate from our routine, I guess?
It's funny you ask that because I don't know in this day and age whether the impulse buying, which is what you're trying to avoid, is more difficult in sort of our traditional way of shopping where we see something on the shelves, or the Amazon-like shopping that we have today where it's easy. Right? You just press a button and click it. And I think we can kind of bring that back to the budget and say, all right, look, if this fits within that range, then it's okay to buy without worrying so much about the impulse.
One other thing, though, a lot of people ask this, what about dipping into your savings versus using your credit card for gift purchases?
I think the balance of what you're creating as a budget should equate to being able to pay that credit card off within a month. Okay. The ideal scenario, use the card, get the points, pay it off within a month's time so you don't incur interest charges. I would never dip into savings at any point to pay for any gifts for the holidays. That's kind of the backwards direction we want to avoid.
Any other tips, though, for people that you may have? We've got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think that, when you look at maybe more significant purchases that you're going to make, I would be careful and do a little more research ahead of time. Okay. There are a lot of price differentials out there, and you could certainly save yourself some money by going ahead and doing some research before buying those big ticket items.
Dale Horn, UBS, thank you so much. We always appreciate it.
Thank you.
8:48. It is time now to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologists. We have Justin Chambers over there. I wasn't sure if it was going to be Jasmine or Justin. We've got team members here.
You never know. Team coverage. That's how we roll, guys. Something that we started doing a couple years ago, guys, in terms of saving money. We're older now, and our whole family does like a Secret Santa thing. So we don't have kids, but along all of us, we just say, okay, $25, and then, okay, I got mom, and okay, she's got my sister, whatever, and then we just make it easier because, it's like, I just feel like that's easier sometimes. Don't worry. Those kids are getting plenty of stuff. Okay. Taking a look outside right now as we look at our weather headlines for your Wednesday. It is hump day after all, as we look out with the sun that is now back with us here today. We're currently at 42 at about 10 degrees for our highs this afternoon. The wind is going to stay with us, so it'll be breezy and cool, and our temperatures, or feels like temperatures, will be a little bit cooler than the 50s because of that wind that stays with us. We do have colder temps for the weekend. Unfortunately, those numbers are going to go down and continue to kind of drop, especially as we get closer to that Ravens game on Sunday. But this area of low pressure that brought all the wind and also the rain rain and the snow to western Maryland, that is now moved on and exiting stage right. So here's a look at your next 12 hours. That's Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around a bit. Lower 50s here into that 1 and 2 o'clock hour. And typically we're in the upper 50s this time of year. So obviously we're seeing some below average numbers. Hanging out at Brewers Hill in the 10 o'clock hour, we're in the upper 40s. And you can see that Mr. Bo sign winking at you. Right about 52 into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And if you're doing some happy hour action this afternoon or evening, we'll slide into those mid 40s by about 5 p.m. High temps today, typically 58. We're going to be in the upper 40s for Westminster, Cockeysville, Bel Air, Baltimore County, up into Harford County, Cecil County in the lower 50s, even the Eastern Shore getting in on some of those 50s, and right across the bay to Annapolis, up to Chesapeake into Baltimore City, up and down the 95 corridor too, in D.C., up into Philly, New York, all in the lower 50s for this afternoon. If you're heading down the ocean, mid 50s for today. May want to do the raking tomorrow only because we still have a lot of the wet, soppy leaves out there from all of that rain, but Thursday and Friday, overall looking good. And we'll keep the wind actually today and tomorrow with us, so that is going to help to blow a lot of those leaves around. Here's a look at our future scan. Really not tracking much in the way of precip. May get a couple of showers in western Maryland, a few more of those light snow showers over the next couple of days as that system kind of moves on through. There'll be another area of high pressure coming in with this cold front coming in on Friday into Saturday, and that's going to also bring a potential for a couple of snow showers there in some of the mountain locations, but our temperatures will continue to drop as we go farther into the weekend. 8 days out from Thanksgiving on your holiday countdown. If you love winter, we are 5 weeks from the winter solstice, even though our temperatures this weekend will feel more winter-like. 39 days until Christmas and 46 days until we flip that calendar to 2023. Change that checkbook. Yeah, all right. So here's our 7-day forecast. Check it out. Ravens game. It's going to be cold. There's no doubt about that as we wake up in the 20s on Sunday morning, but eventually a high of about 42. The wind is going to be with us too Sunday afternoon, so you'll definitely want to bundle up. It'll feel more like a December game than a November game at M&T Bank Stadium. This is what it looked like for our friend Adam, and you can see the dog out there checking out the frosty lawn on a view through your window. Adam, thank you for posting that picture, and we would love to see the view through your window. FoxBaltimore.com/chime in or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen.
I was impressed with his yard. No leaves in there, too. Very nice. Well done. All right. Well, trending now, if you appreciate a beer as cold as the Rockies, then you might like a new nail polish from Coors Light. Make sure I read that right. It's called Chill Polish. It is a gender-neutral silver-colored polish that can be applied to your nails as a new way to check the temperature of your brew. So it's not the temperature of how you're feeling or what's around you, it's to check the temperature of your beer. Because when you tap your nails against your beer glass, they should turn blue if your beer is cold enough. If the nail polish isn't your thing, Coors Light already, of course, has the color-changing beer cans that switch from white to blue to signal when a beer reaches optimal drinking temperature, which, by the way, Coors Light says is 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Lots of fun facts for you there.
Bad news for Taylor Swift fans as purchasing tickets for her upcoming show is becoming a hassle. Oh. Ticketmaster crashed after an enormous demand for Swift's upcoming Eras tour. This is Swift's first tour since 2018. Company says they have sold thousands of tickets, but it's still not enough to meet the massive demand from fans. Ticketmaster is delaying the on-sale times for shows in Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and Seattle. Several new floats will make an appearance at the 96th annual Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Wonder Bread is debuting its Wonder Ship, a clear dome filled with balls and confetti. There's a baby shark float that's going to be there. Toys R Us, by the way, back with a new Jeffrey called Jeffrey's Dazzling Dance Party. He's going to be a DJ as Jordan Sparks performs on that one. Designers are putting their final touches before, oh my goodness, when you say it out loud, next week is Thanksgiving. Goodness gracious. Well, it is tempting to give your furry friend a bite when everyone is eating at the dinner table for Thanksgiving. Just ahead, foods to consider that are safe and the ones that are unsafe for your pets.
And just again, 8 days until Thanksgiving. Just ahead, why deep frying your turkey might be a bit better than just chucking it in the oven.
And I'll take my coffee any way you serve it.
Yes, definitely. It's time for a coffee break, deep fried or not.
Might be good. Topping your morning business report, if you are still awaiting types of money from the federal government, there are two deadlines that you're going to want to know about. Tax filers can still make claims for stimulus payments and child tax credits. The deadline for using a simplified filing for child tax credits just happened last night. The next window is Thursday, November 17th until midnight through the IRS free file system, and the recovery rebate credit for the third stimulus check is still available. But you still have to file a federal 2021 tax return. That check is worth $1,400. The Biden administration could extend a payment pause on student loans. The possibility comes after a federal appeals court agreed to a preliminary injunction to halt student debt forgiveness. That three-judge panel decision came days after a federal judge in Texas blocked the program. The extension of payment pauses would be the 8th pause. Federal student loan payments have been on hold since March of 2020. A recent survey by Trees.com shows that despite inflation, consumers still want to buy real Christmas trees as opposed to artificial ones. Nearly 1 in 5 people say they'll pay $200 or more for the right tree. To get real trees, people are cutting down on spending and budgeting for gifts. Tree growers have been hit hard by rising fuel and fertilizer costs. Meantime, tree costs will likely be up about 5 to 10% compared to last year. Cooler weather is here, and nothing is better than spending an afternoon or an evening all snuggled up. Christian Vera is here with a great way to stay snuggled up and warm all winter in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
The holiday season is all about being warm and cozy in your home. There's something about being able to cocoon yourself in a little warm blanket. Well, what if I told you I have one that also doubles as a massager? This is the Calming Cozy by Sharper Image. This blanket has a super luxe velveteen material and faux Sherpa inner fabric. I especially love that this blanket offers therapeutic heat massage, relaxing your body and feet. Imagine you've been walking around all day shopping and your feet hurt, but you come home and your significant other will not massage your feet. Well, it's fine because the Calming Cozy's got you. And who doesn't want to feel less stressed, especially around the holidays? The USB power cord allows you to use your Calming Cozy in your bed, on your couch super easily, and this handy little controller lets you adjust the heat and massage levels so you can achieve your perfect feeling of comfort. And if you're like me and you fall asleep when you get too comfortable, it's fine because the Calming Cozy will automatically shut off. Right now, we're offering 30% off the Calming Cozy. Get one for yourself, your partner, a friend, anyone who deserves to feel cozy this holiday season at asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Here is a look at the big stories we're following this morning.
Newly released images show the moments before Timothy Reynolds' death, how the defense attorneys and Reynolds' family say the pictures could impact a plea deal.
Fox 45 News investigates what a recent report finds is lacking at the city's juvenile jail when it comes to rehabilitation.
East Baltimore residents continue to demand compensation after a sinkhole swallows their homes. Why the city says it won't help.
And tragedy in Poland after a missile kills 2 people. The new information we're learning about where that missile came from and the next move for NATO military leaders as they scramble to avoid escalation. Good morning on this Wednesday, November 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax in our forecast.
Well, it's going to be another somewhat cold one, but actually compared to yesterday, temperatures will be higher. We're talking the low 50s, keeping us below average, but at least we're out of the 40s. Currently, we sit at 44, and that's actually what we hit for a high yesterday. Mostly cloudy skies over Towson, and it is a little bit breezy. Across the rest of the state, we're seeing temperatures in the 30s and the 40s, so we are starting to see these numbers rise, and by the afternoon, expect another warm-up. Again, compared to yesterday, a couple degrees higher. This afternoon, temperatures reach the low 50s, and we'll have a little more sunshine. Then it's back to the cool temperatures as we finish the week. I'll let you know how low those numbers get coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
9:02 and turning now to a city in crisis right now. The fate of one Baltimore teen lies in the hands of the court system.
The 15-year-old Squeegee kid charged with shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds will be back in court tomorrow.
His defense is prepared to take a plea deal, but the family of Reynolds is fighting that.
We have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us from Baltimore Police Headquarters with a look into Maryland's juvenile justice system and whether young people receive rehabilitation services.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is joining us live from downtown Baltimore with the new surveillance pictures of the altercation that led to Reynolds' death. Olivia.
Megan and Patrice, Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets back in July. And just yesterday, pictures from security footage were released to the public showing the moments leading up to the incident. But both sides are seeing what happened very differently. The images that you're looking at right now were released by the prosecution's latest court filing, pushing back on portions of the defense's narrative, especially outlining Reynolds' blood alcohol level. Through Vignaraja, who is representing the Reynolds family, says his blood alcohol level was 0.03, not 0.10.
The defense team has been suggesting that Mr. Reynolds was not in a position to drive. It's just false. It's irresponsible. An autopsy was performed.
Vignaraja says Reynolds did swing a bat at the Squeegee kids, but disputes the defense's claim that he hit anyone. The suspect, who was only 14 years old at the time, can be seen walking to the curb, grabbing a backpack with a gun, and then walking back towards where Reynolds was walking. Police say Reynolds was shot 5 times.
As the victim is walking away, one of the Squeegee workers starts throwing rocks at the victim. The defendant, who is the furthest away from the victim, can be seen in the video footage shooting the victim as the victim is turning away.
The images come after the state's attorney's office offered a plea deal to the now 15-year-old Squeegee kid accused of killing Reynolds. The deal includes the suspect pleading guilty to manslaughter and being sent to a juvenile center.
I was blindsided Friday when I spoke and I heard that the state, and it's Mosby, offering a plea deal to Tavon Scott, who shot my husband point blank 5 times while he was walking away. She never contacted the family this whole time, and she's supposed to do that. It's protocol.
State's Attorney Mosby claims the Reynolds family was kept in the loop, but didn't answer Fox 45 News when we asked about that. Now everyone will be back in court tomorrow morning, where a judge will either accept or reject that plea deal. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Happening now, County Executive Stuart Pittman is holding a news conference in Glen Burnie to provide an update on that Anne Arundel County election result.
Let's go ahead and listen in.
1,000 people donate to this campaign. We've had thousands of volunteers. We've reached personally 80,000 voters on the doors or by telephone. And then a week ago, yesterday, was Election Day, and that seems like a long time ago, too. But they have been diligently counting mail-in ballots at our Board of Elections. And it has been a slow process, but a very, very thorough process. And on election night, I did express confidence that we would reach this point soon where we would be ahead. And last night that happened when they tallied the votes, the 8,000 some votes that they were able to count. And we're a couple of hundred votes ahead. We project with another 32 to 35,000 ballots left to count that our margin will be comfortable. The margin in this race, when all is said and done, will be significantly higher than it was 4 years ago when we won by 4.7. So we expect a 5, 6, 7% range margin, which to me means it's time to get to work. And we have a lot of promises to keep, just like we did 4 years ago. And I will be working with the people behind me and all of the residents of this county to deliver on those promises. I want to thank Jessica Hare for a hard-fought campaign. She called me last night, very gracious, had a good conversation, and she's got work to do in her law practice, and I thanked her for all of the work that she did on the county council and wished her well in whatever she does in her future. And she wished me well running the county for the next 4 years. So I spent a lot of time this last week really relaxing because all we could do was wait. But I've had a lot of meetings about planning our second term with my staff and really looking forward to getting to work. Also got a call last night from Governor-elect Wes Moore, who has been a fantastic partner throughout this campaign, and Anne Arundel County's partnership with the state of Maryland is gonna help us get a lot of amazing things done in the coming years. But I want to thank obviously the voters first who participated in the democratic process, and I think in Anne Arundel County it's working, and you know, some of the concerns about the election process I have not seen in this campaign, certainly not from leadership. Maybe there are a few people out there who have concerns, but I just have a real sense of gratitude that in this county we participate, we engage, and at the end of the day we shake hands, and that's what we've done. I also want to thank the public servants, the people who work for Anne Arundel County, because we were all on the ballot. The work that we did over the last 4 years was on the ballot. And so all of the things that we delivered because of the team that I have in the county executive's office, our cabinet, and all of the public servants in Anne Arundel County. So I want to thank them and congratulate them on this victory. And I want to also thank our campaign staff who just spent a lot of late nights. Ben Smith, our campaign manager, Hannah Thompson.
You are listening in live there as County Executive Stuart Pittman was giving an update on the Anne Arundel County executive race.
In our next half hour, Olivia Dance will have more on that highly anticipated race and the results that we're seeing this morning.
Well, developing now, the migrant crisis at the southern border could be getting worse. A federal judge blocking Title 42.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from the National Desk Newsroom. Kayla, how did the Biden administration react to the ruling?
Well, administration officials requested a 5-day delay of the ruling's implementation. Now, Title 42 has been a key tool for the Biden White House to address the worsening crisis at the southern border. It was initially created to prevent the spread of COVID-19 back in 2020. Now, the judge concluded that the policy did not rationally serve its purpose. The request for a delay shows a change in course for the current administration. They actually tried to get rid of the rule back in May, but a Louisiana judge blocked that attempt. Both Trump and Biden have found the policy very useful. The Trump administration expelling 185,000 migrants in 2020 under Title 42, and the Biden administration using the law to expel close to 2 million migrants over the past 2 years. The end of Title 42 comes as a record number of migrants cross into the U.S. illegally. Border Patrol reporting 2.4 million encounters in fiscal year 2022.
Kayla, another growing headache, meantime, for President Biden as he figures out what to do about the mounting legal challenges for his student debt relief plan. What's going on?
Well, the president facing now renewed pressure to extend the student loan payment pause. 2 federal courts have blocked the student loan forgiveness plan, but the White House insists the plan will ultimately go through. Payments are currently supposed to restart in January, but this case might not be settled by then, and 40 million Americans expected relief. President Biden remains in a tricky spot, and it's one he's placed himself in. The president has said that the extension to January would be the very last one. Now, the freeze in payments has already cost the government more than $100 billion in revenue. Critics warn another extension could worsen inflation, raising the risk of a recession.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins. Thank you, Kayla.
Well, today's number of the day shows an overwhelming majority agree. 81% of voters favor requiring voters show photo ID. A Scott Rasmussen national survey finds 94% of Republicans and 73% of Democrats hold this view. Most voters also support requiring states clean voter rolls by removing people who have died or moved to a different state. Poll respondents are also in favor of requiring all ballots be received by Election Day and support requiring all voting machines be made in the U.S.
The countdown to Thanksgiving is on, and we're here to show you how to deep fry your turkey. We're talking to the co-owner of the Medium Rare Restaurant Group, so he can share some safety tips if you want to deep fry that turkey.
After the rain, it's moved on. We're going to see more of that sunshine here. Our Weather Authority team has your forecast as we inch closer to the weekend. 9:12 now on Fox 45. Good Day Baltimore.
Count them up. We are 8 days away from Thanksgiving at this point. Many people like to cook their turkeys in the oven, but a lot of people are frying their turkeys.
Yeah, it's kind of a thing that we've been talking about, deep frying your turkey. We've got Mark Bucher here from Medium Rare Restaurant Group. And Mark, we were talking before, this is not something for the faint of heart, right?
No. Fire department is great, not at your Thanksgiving dinner and not with you in the hospital during Thanksgiving. This is dangerous.
You are a professional. You do this for people for Thanksgiving so they don't get hurt. So this is the correct way to do it.
Right. There's a Guinness Book of World Records. I might have deep fried the most turkeys of anyone. I mean, over the last 16 years, tens of thousands.
Wow, that's a lot of turkey.
So a few quick important steps. If you're gonna do this, do it outside.
Obviously.
Have a fire extinguisher.
Very important.
Not a regular fire extinguisher, but a kitchen fire extinguisher.
Huh, okay.
Because grease ignites differently than a napkin per se.
Okay.
Peanut oil, because it doesn't ignite for home users.
Yeah.
350-degree oil. Keep everything separate and away. And then when you lower this turkey, it's got to be completely thawed.
Yeah, that was something we talked about because people think I get a fresh turkey, but you said it's still frozen inside because they ship it. I didn't know that.
Right, they freeze them to ship them so they don't get damaged.
So you can leave it out 3-4 hours, right?
Correct. Leave it out 3-4. Totally thawed. If it's not, this is all going to erupt on you. And burn everything.
This one is definitely right. Is there a way to test that just to make sure it is totally thawed? How do you?
You got to reach in.
Yeah.
You got to do the reach. You got to do the reach.
Okay, you know.
All right, and then your trick is you got to lower it really slow.
Yep.
Right. You can hear it, right?
It is exciting.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Smells good.
Smell, Mark. Oh my gosh.
It's going to be my new cologne.
How long do you keep this in? And I see you're holding it. Are you going
I'm
to
going
hold
slow.
it?
No,
Okay.
I'm still. That's not all the way in yet. So I cook it to 375 degrees. In I'm sorry, not 375. 170 in the thigh.
170.
Which is
in
an
the
instant
thigh.
read thermometer, and then you're okay to pull it out.
So this is patience at its best right here.
Yeah, I'm still dropping it.
And if you were to just drop that sucker in, this would be
A mess.
extremely messy and dangerous.
Correct.
Yeah,
and if it gets too active, just pull it up.
So 175 is about 20, 25 minutes. Is that what you said?
25 minutes.
Okay.
But this is actually great for people to see. You can't just drop it and go.
Yeah.
You got to take your time
And look at the
and let it go.
inside. Kenny, be careful.
Yeah.
Be careful. Okay.
And now it's in. And now that it's in, how long, Mark?
25 minutes or until 175 in the thigh.
And Megan, Kenny, go over to the finished product because over there, medium rare is going to be opening in the Rotunda coming up in March. So next year, you can take your turkeys. They'll deep fry them for you.
Coming soon. Come see us in
Very
March.
cool. All right, very cool.
We can't thank you enough. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Happy
you
Turkey
see us
Day.
through there? Jasmine, where are you?
Well,
Don't
I
get too
am
close.
inside
That's
in the nice warmth. I know you guys probably are a little cold outside. We are dealing with temperatures in the 40s and 30s in some spots. Right now we sit at 44 with mostly cloudy skies, but it feels like it's 37. So it is a little bit windy with winds out of the west-northwest around 14 miles per hour. Expect a wind chill a little bit lower than actual temperatures this afternoon. Right now we're seeing temperatures in the 30s and the 40s across the state. But we will reach the 50s this afternoon, so temperatures go from about 48 around 10 a.m. to 52 by 1 p.m. That's going to put us 10 degrees higher than we were just a couple days ago. Then as we move forward, those temperatures are back to the downward trend. Overnight, we're falling to the 20s and 30s, and we're welcoming back that cooler weather. Now, we are nice and dry. We had the rain yesterday ahead of that weather maker, and we'll stay dry throughout the day. Notice a few clouds clear by the afternoon. We'll have a little more sunshine. Then as we move forward overnight, a couple more clouds return. Overall, though, we stay dry over the next couple days, but you will notice the downward trend in temperatures, especially over the weekend. If you have any plans to be outside, you may want to move those indoors or just remember the layers. This afternoon, temperatures will rise to about 52. It still stays chilly this morning. Then by the afternoon, still a little bit cooler than average. Also breezy at times, so that's going to lead to a slightly lower wind chill. Then as we head into Thursday, temperatures are back to around 47. It's going to be a little breezy at times. Then 46 on Friday, a cool start to the weekend, but it only gets worse on Saturday and Sunday. 44 on Saturday, then Sunday, temperatures around 42. So if you are heading to the Ravens game, you will want the layers. Our National Weather Service is keeping the wind chill at about 30 degrees in the afternoon. So it's going to be breezy throughout the day. Then as we head into the work week, those temperatures gradually start to rise, 44 on Monday, and then we're back to the 50s, and it looks like we stay there heading into Thanksgiving. Back to you.
New developments overnight in the race for Anne Arundel County Executive. The details we're finding out about mail-in ballots that still need to be counted. And Thanksgiving is almost a week away. Fox 45 Morning News is getting you ready to celebrate. And look at that cutie right there. How to make sure that your pets stay safe as we're celebrating the list of things that you should not feed them from the table. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Welcome back, everybody. 9:23. I still probably smell like deep-fried turkey as Thanksgiving is more than a week away. And we are getting excited to celebrate this special holiday with our families and friends. But it can also bring some hazards for pets. We know we got our pets. We want them to eat from the table. We want to give them treats. Dr. Kim Hammond here with Falls Road Animal Hospital. You got a lot of stuff here, Doc.
I do. Well, this is all toxic, potentially toxic stuff. And let me start with the turkey.
Yeah.
The skin, not good. Obviously, the bones are not good, but the skin is so rich, it can cause pancreatitis in dogs. And we're so tempted at the dinner table to give a little skin to the dog, and then, boom, they get a digestive upset. Don't do it.
So, if you cut off the skin and you give them like some just regular turkey that's been cooked, that's okay, right? Maybe mix it in with their food?
A modicum. A modicum right. With no skin, a little bit, a dollop, a treat.
Yeah, exactly.
A small, tiny little Reese's Pieces.
You got all sorts of stuff here. This is what I was interested about because we have obviously we're dog owners, and I always heard that either avocados, I hear that they're bad or good. But
okay, so here's the deal. The avocado meat is good, but the skin and the pit are not, and they can cause real problems. So a lot of times dogs get into it, they chew on it, they eat it up, they get the skin, bam, they get toxic.
Okay, and then we've got, I know raisins, I've heard grapes as well.
Right.
Chewing gum, something that our dog has gotten into before.
Chewing gum can kill your dog. This is chewing gum with xylitol. It's the sugarless gum. Will kill your dog.
Yeah.
And you definitely want to be careful with that. How about onions and garlic?
Yeah, I didn't think about that because vegetables, onions, garlic, mushrooms. We have all this stuff out.
Right. So the onions and garlic, they have a sulfite that really, really hurts dogs. It will. Remember this: dogs and cats aren't exactly like us, so they detoxify things differently.
Yeah.
And the sulfite will actually destroy red blood cells and create an anemia. And the problem is, it won't happen for 5 days. You won't see it because it's working insidiously.
That's
so
crazy.
Stay away from garlic, onions, and anything in the onion family.
You've got Sweet Bowie there with you. Now,
Sweet
you've told me
Bowie.
before, we
He's a
talked, I
good
think, around
dog.
Halloween
Yeah.
about the turkey baster thing. And if the dog gets sick, you got a turkey baster around. It's not, you guys aren't open on Thanksgiving. Maybe you are.
We are
You
open
guys
24/7.
But other vets maybe aren't open.
That's true, but you can call Falls Road Animal Hospital 24 hours a day, anywhere across the United States. Well, Maryland, certainly in our viewing audience, if you need help. But this is a good thing to use with the turkey baster.
Hydrogen peroxide with your dog and a turkey baster.
If your dog ate any of this stuff and you need to get it up, with the exception of bones, I might add. We don't want to make dogs throw up if they ate turkey bones because it'll cut the esophagus and so on and so forth. But any of this stuff, you give them that with a turkey baster and they throw right up and it'll disappear.
And it's all out. Then you got a real fun turkey
Right. And here's the other thing. Walnuts and macadamia nuts can be really toxic. And this is something that's hanging around your house around Thanksgiving.
Don't leave the nuts out. Thank you, Dr. Hammond. I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
We're always good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving, Falls Road Animal Hospital. And, it's a little chilly this morning. We've seen the clouds out there. I just stepped outside myself. It's nice when you're by a turkey fryer. We'll break down what we can expect with your temps as meteorologist Jasmine Lomax and myself back with your Weather Authority forecast.
Another gun found inside city schools. Coming up, we're taking a look at this alarming trend and what should be done about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
9:29. Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. I'm Patrice Sanders. We want to get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's got a look at the forecast. Now, quite as bad yesterday in terms of cold and the rain. Definitely, we've moved on.
Yeah, we've moved past the rain. That weather maker that led to rain here and snow in western Maryland has finally cleared. And now we're back to dry weather and actually a little bit warmer temperatures are coming our way today. 44 for the current temperature over Towson with mostly cloudy skies. Winds are out of the west-northwest at 14 miles per hour, and that wind chill is coming in a little lower at 37. So you still need the layers this morning. We're seeing the 30s and the 40s across the state. We've got the mid-40s in Ocean City and Salisbury, a little bit higher there. But as we head into the afternoon, those temperatures reach the low 50s. That's going to be warmer than yesterday, but it is back to the 40s and that downward trend as we finish out the work week. Temperatures by Friday will only be in the mid-40s, and the numbers fall even more over the weekend. I'll break down what to expect for the rest of the week coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Looking now at your Lynn Stoller traffic network and the highways throughout our region, and we're looking pretty good out there. No incidents that are going to slow you down that we need to tell you about. Everybody moving along just fine here. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Another gun has been found inside Baltimore City schools, this time from an elementary middle school. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the latest incident that could be part of a trend within city schools. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a pattern, Patrice, that we just continue to see. In fact, we're only 3 months into the school year and already 7 guns have been seized from students on Baltimore City school grounds. So let's get you straight to a look at this most recent gun that was recovered. This is a loaded gun, and according to a police source, a student brought this into North Bend Elementary Middle School in Baltimore City yesterday morning. Now, that student has been taken into custody, but this is the second gun to be brought into a city school in just a matter of days. In fact, take a look. This past Friday, a student brought this gun into Mervo High School, and it comes after a record 15 guns were seized from students last school year.
But there needs to be a real consequence that's known, that young people are aware of, a direct consequence, not what could happen with the gun or the danger involving the gun, but what happens if you get caught bringing a gun to school, that something serious is going to happen. And I don't think that's the perception. And I think until it is, we're going to continue to see this.
So as you just heard, former BPD Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson believes consequences, Patrice, are crucial in stopping this.
So, Shannon, we know that city schools FOP has been saying that the police that are in schools need to be able to carry firearms while they're inside the schools. Did Johnson have anything to say about that?
Yeah, he is absolutely in agreement with that, Patrice. He stands with the FOP president, Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, in that thought process that police need to have firearms inside city schools. In fact, he thinks it's only a matter of time before a student or someone brings a loaded gun into a school with ill intent, and police are powerless to do anything about it. Of course, nothing will change, though, until lawmakers act in Annapolis. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, an arrest has been made in the shooting death of a 13-year-old girl in southeast Baltimore. Police say they've arrested this man, 35-year-old Tavon Battle. He is accused of opening fire by Douglas Homes on November 7th. 13-year-old Kelsey Washington was hit by a bullet and rushed to the hospital. Police confirmed that she passed away this past Monday. Battle is charged with murder. Police say the investigation is open and ongoing. There is no word of a suspect this morning in a deadly shooting that happened near Lakewood Elementary in Broadway East. Police were called to Hoffman Street just before 2:30 yesterday afternoon. The victim was taken to the hospital where he later died. Students at nearby Fort Worthington Elementary were kept inside at dismissal time as police were responding to that shooting. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we're learning more about the East Baltimore sinkhole that swallowed several homes in July. The city finally got back to residents, but it is not the news that they wanted to hear. The city's law department claims there was no notice of any issues prior to the incident, meaning that the city could avoid paying for losses since they didn't have prior knowledge of any warning signs. Some furious residents say they were left out to dry.
They ain't even give me a call and say, well, hey, Mr. Bell, are you living somewhere, or do you have somewhere to stay? They abandoned.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the Department of Public Works asking if it is the city's responsibility to monitor aging infrastructure. We are still waiting to hear back. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. New developments overnight in the race for Anne Arundel County Executive. Olivia Dance joins us now live with the latest on this race. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, incumbent Democrat Stuart Pittman has taken the lead over Republican Jessica Hare by less than 200 votes, so this is really close. But late last night, Pittman tweeted that Hare called him and conceded the race. And Pittman held a campaign update just a few minutes ago where he said he had no doubt that they would get ahead. Despite Hare conceding, though, there's still tens of thousands of ballots that need to be counted. But Pittman says he's confident that the rest of the votes will be in his favor.
The longer it takes to count ballots, the more crazy conspiracy theory stuff happens, and you place more distrust in elections. And you're seeing that right now. Democrats mail in their votes now, and Republicans had some of these early leads, and all of a sudden these leads are going away.
Waiting on approximately 50,000 mail-in ballots to be counted before a winner can be decided. So far, just over half of those ballots have been counted. And then on Saturday, an equipment issue was reported with two of the scanning machines. More ballots were canvassed to make up for that lost time. But Pittman says that he thanked Hare for a good race. But he says now it's time to get to work, and he's already had several meetings planning out the next 4 years. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:36 right now. World leaders are on high alert after a missile kills at least 2 people in Poland near the Ukraine border. Tom Rogers is at our live center with what we're hearing at this hour about who might have done this. Tom.
Yeah, that's right, Patricia. In fact, you're taking a look at the video that was from the scene of this attack, and right away fingers were pointing at Russia. It was a Russian-made missile. Just minutes after, though, Poland's president saying it appears to be an unfortunate accident, not an intentional attack. It did, however, happen around the same time Russian forces were launching a wave of missile attacks on major Ukrainian cities, knocking several power grids offline. Now, President Biden now on his way back to D.C., though, just hours after this was unfolding here and after he left the G20 summit. The president now coming back here, though. Just minutes ago, University of Virginia canceled Saturday's home football game as it's dealing with the shooting that killed 3 players and injured a 4th. Now, the game was scheduled with Coastal Carolina. And one other thing that's happening right now, I want to take you right here. This is Gaithersburg, Maryland. Our sister station, WJLA, is on the scene of an apartment complex right across the street of an elementary school. This apartment complex, actually, there was an explosion just like an hour ago. So you're still on the scene. They're still putting out hot spots, and you can see all the balconies from the apartment complex. Still waiting to hear if anybody was injured from this at all. So we'll continue to update you on this. This is happening in Gaithersburg, right across the street from an elementary school. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
All right, Tom, thank you. Following a wet and chilly Tuesday, the rain is gone and the sunshine is back for a while. Our Weather Authority team is in this morning with a look at how long the cold air sticks around and also a look at your Ravens game day forecast. 9:30. We are more than a month away from the official start of winter, but it has felt like winter in our region recently with average temperatures in the 30s and 40s.
And still, our director Curtis is wearing shorts this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the short thermostat of you know, when you need to switch to pants.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like that, Meg, Patrice. Good morning to both of you. And our boss just came back from work, and he was like, I left and it was 80 degrees, and now it's 40. What's going on? And yes, the winter solstice is 5 weeks from today. That is when we officially start winter. But we had 44 yesterday. Actually, today will be warmer. We're going to warm up by about 8 degrees with lower 50s for our highs. It's still going to be below average for this time of year. And then tomorrow and Friday and Saturday and Sunday, you kind of see that gradual step down as those numbers are going to continue to drop. So we're going to get a lot more of a winter-like feeling, almost early January than mid-November as we head toward the weekend. And we know what's happening this weekend. Ravens back in town for that home game against the Panthers. It is Sunday at 1. If you are tailgating Sunday before you get to the game, it's going to be in the 30s. You'll want to make sure to bundle up, and even lower 40s through the game as well. Just watch it on TV right here on Fox 45. We have that game on Sunday. Stay warm.
Well, there is more to Thanksgiving than the turkey and the stuffing. Charm your guests with the best wine and food pairings. You're excited about that. Executive chef and sommelier for Comfort Caterers, Jared Banks, joining us to build your perfect menu.
This morning with the Baltimore Museum of Art, seeing 12 new works inspired by the Great Migration. We'll talk about that coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
.45 as we plan the menu for Thanksgiving next week. Charm your guests with the best food and the wine pairings that go with it. Executive chef and sommelier from Comfort Caterers, Jared Banks, is joining us, and he's got the perfect menu. We've got the beverages, the food, all of that. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. All right, so before we even get into this, I can also add that you're a new restaurant owner.
Yes. We just opened up our new restaurant, Flavors Global Grill, located in Dogwood Shopping Center.
We do brunch, we do lunch, we smoke all of our Peruvian chickens, we have a ribeye cheesesteak. It's to die for.
Okay, and I was just asking you, do you do Thanksgiving? Because
Yes.
people are going to look at this and say, well, I don't want to cook, I want him to cook it. Do you all do Thanksgiving catering?
Yes, we do. We do. We actually take pre-orders up until next Monday, the 21st. We have all different things such as bourbon cakes. We have a turtle cake.
I've seen that
We
bourbon
have a
cake,
sweet
too.
potato cake. We have banana pudding. We have all different types of things.
You have everything that you
Yes.
need for Thanksgiving. All right, let's talk about what we're pairing here. So what's the dish and then what's the wine?
So here we have our cranberry orange rosemary roasted chicken.
And that smells so good. If you all could only smell that.
Yes. Then we will pair it with our red blend. Here we have a California GSM. That's a Grenache, Syrah, and Mourvèdre blend.
Okay, so I'm supposed to swirl it around like this?
I'll do it with you, actually.
So, because you teach people how to pair wines and drink wines and know what to, so what am I'm supposed to?
So first you want to swirl it around.
And that does what?
It just opens up the air a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and then you take a sniff. You want to have your mouth open just a little bit. That way you can get another aroma from it.
Okay.
From there, you get
Smells
your first
delicious.
initial smell.
Okay.
Then you want to swirl it around. They call those the legs or the tears on the wine as they fall down. You can imagine how much gradual sugar would be in the wine from doing this swirl here.
Okay.
As
when
you
do we
can
get to
see,
the tasting part, Jared?
just now.
Okay.
As you can see, the tears are falling down a little slow, so you would imagine this has a bit more gradual sugar in it.
Okay. Oh, that's good to know. I do. I see that.
Yes,
I
exactly.
didn't know that.
All
okay.
right, time to taste now.
Let's taste. Okay. Mmm.
So
That's good. And this would pair with this. Why?
yes,
because
I
the
was just
flavors
going to say
complement?
exactly. So most people usually would pair a white wine with chicken, but depending on how you prepare it, for instance, we have this roasted, so a nice red wine cuts right through some of that roasted flavor.
Okay, and what do you have there? What's
Then
the
here we
side?
have our vegan au gratin dish here.
Oh, a vegan one too.
Yes, made with coconut milk, celery root, and leeks.
Okay.
Could you just pass me a spoon, please?
I sure can.
All right, thank you.
And then what wine are we going to do with that one? Because we're going to run out of time.
Okay, so with this one, we have a local Riesling, straight
Okay.
from Borderie Vineyards, not
Is that
too
this
far
middle
from
one?
us. Yes, that's
And
the
I
middle
like
one.
Okay, so a Riesling would go well with something like that.
Exactly.
And then let's finish up with the dessert.
And then we have our peach schnapps here. We also pair that with a cava here.
Oh, that's the one I wanted to
Yes.
taste.
All right, well,
So
let's try
cheers.
this one. Cheers.
All right. So now you know if you're going to someone's house for Thanksgiving, the type of wine you should bring.
Most definitely.
What do you have a pick?
I would say you can never go wrong with a sparkling wine. It's
Okay,
a celebration,
that's the
adds a little bubbles to it, and it always goes down well. So
All right.
I will
Chef
go with
Jarrett,
that.
thank you so much.
All
We
right.
appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax so I can take a sip.
Well, we are back to somewhat warmer temperatures today after a very gloomy day yesterday. It was cold, it was rainy. Now we're finally dry. Current temperatures sit at 44, and actually that was our high temperature yesterday, so that's a good sign that we're going to warm up today. We've got mostly cloudy skies over Baltimore and a wind chill of 37, so it feels a little bit cooler than those actual temperatures. Across the state, we've got the 30s and the 40s. Those numbers will keep climbing to the low 50s this afternoon. 48 as we head to the next hour, then temperatures top off around 52 degrees. That's still below average for this time of year. As we head into the evening and then overnight, it gets cold again, and you will need the layers starting off the day tomorrow. Here's a current look at the HD radar. We are nice and quiet and dry, still very active to our north as they deal with some winter weather, but for us, we keep the pattern pretty quiet over the next few days. We'll have a little more sunshine this afternoon. We stay quiet for your evening commute, and then overnight into the morning, those clouds gradually clear, and we'll have plenty of sunshine to start the day. However, notice those temperatures in the 20s and the 30s. It's going to be a cold start to the day, and by the afternoon, still keeping temperatures on the cooler side. Expect today, actually, to be the highest temperature over the next few days. 52 as we head into the afternoon. It still stays chilly this morning. Then by the afternoon, those temperatures gradually rise. We'll also have a little more sunshine appearing this afternoon. Tomorrow, it is back to the cool trend. 47 for the high, then 46 on Friday, and the numbers keep falling over the weekend. 44 on Saturday, 42 on Sunday. If you're heading to the Ravens game, be prepared for a cold one. It will be breezy at times with the wind chill close to 30 degrees. Otherwise, you can watch the game right here on our station. Then as we head into the upcoming week, 44 for Monday, and then we're back to the 50s by Tuesday. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Trending now, the 2023 Grammy nominations have been announced, and Queen Bee leads the pack.
She does. Beyonce received 9 nominations for her album Renaissance, including nods for Record of the Year for her dance anthem Break My Soul and Album of the Year.
With 28 wins and 88 total career nods, Beyonce now ties her husband, which is amazing, rapper Jay-Z, for the most nominations in Grammy history. The race is on now. The Grammy Awards, by the way, taking place on February 5th in Los Angeles.
Well, while the Beehive was buzzing with excitement yesterday following the Grammy nominations, Swifties were struggling. They were trying to get pre-sale tickets for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour.
And those Swifties, many of them mad this morning. Pre-sale tickets, they went on sale yesterday, and fans have reported Ticketmaster's website crashing or freezing during the purchase. But not just that, like 4 or 5 hours into waiting in the queue,
Oh
crashing.
my gosh, I would be beside myself. Ticketmaster said there had been an unprecedented demand for tickets, which they had to know was going to happen. It urged verified pre-sale fans to log in through the link that they received via text instead of the main homepage. The Eras Tour kicks off March 18th in Arizona.
It is so Baltimore. You can learn more about the incredible history of the Great Migration.
The Baltimore Museum of Art explores this pivotal time in America's history and its impact on Baltimore. That's all in a new exhibit.
Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark in Charles Village with more.
This morning at the Baltimore Museum of Art, and this exhibition we're focused on this morning is about the legacy of the Great Migration. I have curator Jessica Bell Brown to tell us all about it.
Thank you so much, Mark. This is a movement in every direction, Legacies of the Great Migration, and it explores 12 artists who unpack the deep and profound impact that the Great Migration has had on their families. We are standing in Theaster Gates Jr.'s The Double Wide, which is a sculptural installation that the artist describes as a memory of his uncle's farm in Mississippi, and in particular the trailer that his uncle had, which he had as a candy store by day and a juke joint by night.
Wow.
So it brings together the sights, the sounds, the smells of Theaster's memory of his family farm down in Mississippi.
And this is just, again, one example of the greatness that's here. Again, how long is this going on?
The show is open until January 29th, so please come and see us over and over again.
Awesome. Yes, come and see it over and over again. Baltimore was impacted by the Great Migration, and this is a great place to start to find out about the history. I'm Mark Clark, Fox 45 News.
Mark, thank you. We'll stay with Fox 45 Morning News after the break. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is going to have that 10-day forecast, and we're going to take one final look at our fried turkey. 9:53 now on. Oh, it looks good. It's about time, right?
That's the before.
Only 25 minutes, I think. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, here it is. So this is
Coming
really
out.
happening right outside?
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, looks
Perfectly
great.
done. What'd they say? About 25 minutes, 175
Yeah,
degrees?
I think
Is that
so.
what it
Yeah,
was
and
inside the
it's
turkey
Medium Rare
leg?
Restaurant Group. They're going to open in the Rotunda in March. So next year, they'll do this for you.
So you don't have to risk setting yourselves on fire.
Exactly.
Backyards. I hear.
All right.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, turkey. We'll come eat you soon.
He's a happy turkey.
It is happy.
Not really.
Used to be.